Good morning. Today is 7th of May 2025, and we are going to be racing today. Today, we are going to be racing at Caulfield. This is in Victoria. The track reading is good. The last finishing mile from the last bend to the finishing post is about 360 meters. The shape of the track is definitely not one of the best shapes. And we've got about 8 races here. This is going to be anti-clock. We'll see what we can do here today. This happens to be a metropolitan track, one of the best tracks in terms of fairness and the races, the quality. So we'll see what we can do here today. Welcome to Grandstand, and we do horse racing 5 days a week. And we do that in 2 steps. First, we try and identify the best horses through physics, mathematics, a little bit of understanding of horse racing. And once we have identified the best horses, that's when we take a look at the horses at the paddock, when we get the live stream from the paddock or the gates. If we find that all the horses that we have chosen are looking good and good to go with, we stick to our picks and place our bets. But if we find that there are circumstantial changes or there are better horses, we often step out or we make changes with our bets. It's horse racing, so we need to be vigilant. We need to be making decisions that are worthy and in favor of us, and that's exactly what we try and do. I've got 3 tabs open in front of me. The first one is where we get to see the races. The second one is RaceNet, where we take a look at the odds and the scratchings. And the third one is PalmerBet, where we take the reference of the official numbers, the winning numbers. That's all that we have. We'll see what's going on. There's nothing so far. We'll see what's going on with Warwick.
Chicks at 11, Inverness is a $12 chance, Russian subs 12, Chakra Boy 16, Cracker Rib 19, big on the other two. Very quiet betting race here, Bernie, so not a lot of action at this early stage.
Yeah, we're not surprised at
Well, the
all.
thing is, Bernie, the only horse that ran well last start was Bravely. All the others
Yes,
have put in an ordinary one,
yeah.
haven't they?
Yes, yeah. I think
And Bravely's drawn the car pass, so what do we do?
for 60 kilos. I know. We're going to have a look at Action King 3 starts go winning at the Gold Coast.
Yeah, this was over 1,000 metres, so we chose this race because today's the 1,000. Sometimes he can be a little bit hesitant at the start, but Jimmy Norman rode him and he won this pretty well. And then he went to Ipswich and was just beaten by Whiskey Spirit. There wasn't much in it. He's out of the spell. His first up run here over the 1200 behind Tufton Mars, he had cover. It was on a heavy 8. Maybe he didn't like the heavy
Yeah.
8. And this track will be a lot better than that today.
Shade 2 win.
Yeah, and he's back to the 1,000 from 1,200 first up. So, look, there's a couple of things there. Definitely Bravely, because he's in winning form. Vinovich, good draw, should be up there all the way. And Thelwell, I was giving the benefit of the doubt to. Now, he put in a shocker last time, but that's not in. Jockey was concerned with his action, didn't ride out. He's getting blinkers today. So he could improve, but I found it probably the toughest race of the day.
Yes, so for that reason I came back to Devastate. He doesn't have a great strike rate, but like I said, it's just full tight anyway. And I think, it comes out with 1,200 metre last race last round. You saw him just behind the speed. Got there easy, travelled too well for him. He is back of a hot speed come late horse. So
First up.
yeah, so any time that you see him up on the bridle and up in the firing line in a race, you'll never see him run on. And that's what he's got with him last start. This will be a different race. He'll go hard, he'll be back, and you'll just wait for him to come and arrive late. Bravely Action King and Russian sub returning from the spell. All right, let's move on to the lucky last race. Race number 8 on the card, a Class 1 handicap. This one's over 1,400 metres. Acapulco Girl is the $3.10 favourite.
And been well supported as well. Holds just on 50% of all bets in this race. 11 cents worth of reductions overall. It's been 420 to 310. Is it Cherokee? $6.50 on the second line of betting, open as much as 13, so it's half its price, but we laid it early. It's found its mark now.
Carpaccio's at 7, Torpedo's at 7.50, Hamilton Brown's at 10. We've laid this Rock Hard Love. It's currently a $12 chance, and we laid it. We also laid Materialist, who's a $17 chance. They're both bad results from a tap point of view at this early stage of betting anyway, with quite a bit to play out. But Acapulco Girl is by far and away the most popular runner here in the last.
Wow, you talk about hard watches for people who have backed really short price horses. We're going to have a look at Acapulco Girls win.
Yeah, this was at Ipswich.
Last start. So, what price was she? She was $1.40. Is that right, Maxie?
Yeah, that horse in front there with the little bit of white face, it came in and just cleaned her up.
Yeah.
Absolutely
And look at the horse
cleaned
on
her
the
up.
fence.
Yeah.
It just got spat
And
out.
you don't see it, but you see the head on, and it was ugly as. So she lost momentum in that incident, and Fradiano got close. How much did she lose in it?
Oh, I don't know.
A lot.
Yeah,
Because
a
she
lot.
was-
A good half to 3/4 of a length, I would say.
Yeah.
But every time I watch that replay, I just think, imagine the people who took, which is $1.24. She actually blew to $1.40 right
Yeah.
on jump time. But for the people that took those odds, one she can't get out, then she's getting flattened, and then she gets out, charges to the line, and then Fradiano nearly beats her
I
on the line.
know. So it was the right result.
Oh.
It was the right result.
It
She
was.
lasted. So she's out of maiden grade and she's up to a class 1. Look, she's on pace, every opportunity here today.
Yeah.
But I just thought 650 each way to 14. It's only won the 1 from 9. Cherokee did win a trial Sunny Coast on a very heavy track last Tuesday week in preparation for today, but was only a half a length of Annie One Ready. I think she's a bit of a talent. And then was 5th, and Dubin behind Good Luck to Me, beaten 3. I think that's a solid form reference. So 14, definitely 13. Carpaccio from the wide gate was keen last start, and then petered out the last 100. He was just strong, wasn't he?
Yeah,
On pace.
I don't think he's given much sign of running a strong mile. I know he got away with it at the start prior to that,
Completely cold.
when ridden cold.
Yeah.
But on speed, it was a real problem.
I really don't think it was the plan. The horse was just strong.
Just too strong, jumped too well.
Yeah.
Big thing for him is back to 1400 today.
Yeah. And, Darren Bell's girl was very impressive. What did they do? Put the tongue tie on and she got a better surface.
Yeah.
And she turned to form around 360 degrees and won.
Yeah.
She was impressive.
I'm going Acapulco Girl, another nice 3-year-old producer from the David Van Dyke stable at this time of year who showed a nice turn of forward. He should go more her way here in this race. I think Cherokee, Cafe, and Carpaccio in there as well. 13, 14, 62. All right, that is a look. We are twinning most of the day, Maxie.
Yeah. All right. I'm going to go with 4-4, San Gabriel, and then I really like 5-3, Boys Night Out, third up today.
So do I. So let's have a look at your body.
8 races today. Race 5 kicks us off. I've got the 3 and the 5, the 2 favourites, Boys Night Out and Cho You. So I'm thinking we get through the first leg. Then 10-4-1, 2-8-5-3, and then 14.
$72, nice. Or blowout, I think. I don't know really what I was thinking. Oh no, not too much, too bad. 3 by 3 by 4 by 3 for $180. Alrighty, let's have a look at today's jockey challenge as we come back to you, Anthony. We look forward to joining you again. We've got horses in the yard, but Ryan Maloney is the favourite.
Yes, he is. He's $1.90 on the Cody Fix. And the value at $3. Cody Collins at 9, and the jockey at 12. Damien Thornton at 14. Currently Fenneman at $18. Emily Lake 34. Coles and Taylor at $41. That's your jockey's challenge. That's your preview for Eagle Farm out of the way. They're in the yard. Warwick Farm the first. Okay, Warren Farm the first, regulated to fair, just get shorter now, $1.60 in the first. Here's Chantel Buckley and Brad Gray on deck 40.
All right, this is the first one here, which is a maiden 1500 meter. If we look through the odds, it's 8, 4, 1, and 3. The 8 is the favorite. The 8 is a 316. It's a 316 linear with the highest pressure, one of the best hands. That's what it is. So we'll see if the 8 wins. I'm not going to put money on the first one. We'll see how that works. It's a good horse. It's fabulous. And the 1 is neutral. There's a 2.5 kilo increment on this horse. So we'll have to see that also, if that can actually work. So possibilities are 8 and 4 definitely. That's the largest inner drift. This one is a neutral. I don't know how this will work. 8 and 4 definitely is good. The other thing, which is they have the 3 is there. That's right. I mean, if we look through the pressure line, apart from that 6, that 6 is just got one race with a lot of pressure. That definitely is a problem with that horse. But apart from that, 8, 4, 1, and 3 are the right odds, 25, 16, and 15. All right, apart from this one. So this is a lot of pressure. That's a lot of handicapping going on, and it is also not within the rails. That is a problem. The 3 is also not within the rails, which is a neutral. Now there is a chance that this 7 might get in because of the advantage. The advantage is here on 5 as well, but it has 5 races. It did nothing in last 5 races. It did nothing. So 5 with a lot of advantage. It is also with a very good hand, and it has probably one of the best jockeys. So but it did not do anything in last 5 races, so that's that. So here the only outsider is 7, so we'll see how that 7 gets placed, and rest everything looks good. I mean, apart from that 6 has got just one race, and if we look at the BB, 6 is here, so that's probably not working. This is the largest outer drift, number 2. Right, number 2 is the largest outer drift. This might this we'll also see what this does, because it is not enough. The inner drift is much bigger. The inner drift is much bigger. That's how it looks like. So that's the second line. The neutral is on top with that. 4 is here. Then it is 7, which is here. Then 3 is out of the rails, and it is also a neutral. So, but the pressure is there, and this is advantage. So we'll see how that works. The 7, they're tailing gates also. So if the jockey is smart, then we'll see. linears do not generally don't lose, but we are facing a kind of a phase where we are seeing the linears constantly losing in all of the tracks, and that is a problem which is there. And it is not only me who's we're getting the linears through mathematics, but when I say a linear, this thing goes to the favorite. It's a linear is a linear. That's the best horse with the physics. So if I'm saying it's a linear, that means I am saying that, but the cross reference is the odds. So if the odds says it's the favorite and the physics says it is the best horse, there's no reason for this horse to lose. But they've been losing. They've been losing majorly. And this started right after we finished the Australian Cup at Randwick. After the Australian, I haven't slept last night. There's a lot going on in India, and plus I was working, so I kind of I did a little digging, and this is happened. This is happening right after the Australian Cup. The last prestigious race that we raced was the Australian Cup, and the other races at Randwick earlier last month. And right after that, this thing has started. Why and how is a question that we need to figure out.
Get the rest of their 3-year-old year. We like them. We think they're good enough to be city class horses. That's why they're running. For the 1,000 metres, it's a bit short.
When I go through them all, I wanted to ask about Frankly Sublime.
Well, she was very good in her first up run at the provincials, and she's got a good draw today. And James got. She was unlucky not to have won.
Segura Rock, is he ready to win?
Yeah, he is. I think he'll get to a mile is actually positive. He might not be as effective 2,000, and he's coming through sort of the second tier carnival races. So for a midweek Warwick Farm race, it will be good form.
And Secure has been very good support for him.
He was very good first up. That was his first run as a building, I think. And it's an extra 200 metres from memory, but it's got a nice soft draw and actually retains the ride and very hard to beat.
It's not.
Thank you.
Okay, Kirsten, who do you like here in the first race?
I think it's really hard to not go or to go against the favourite here. I know that sounds like a little bit of a cop-out, but what really took me by Regulated Affair is just how incredibly well he moves across the ground. He's such a fluid mover. Every single ounce of his body is using itself to walk across the ground. So I can only imagine what he's like when he is in full flight.
Lay-mail numbers 6, 2, 4 and 8. I'm also with this favourite, $1.45 now for Regulated Affair. So should get his chance. He can park up closer and get the back of Bombay Boom, and he gets his chance to break through at a very skinny quote. So $1.40 now, just keeps trimming up. So he was great on debut. He clocked some very fast closing splits where he was simply beaten by the gate. He won't have that excuse today. I don't think he's going to be a genuine 1,000-metre horse in time, but he does look to be a classy galloper with a very bright future. Dangers, well, Bombay Boom also has the benefit of race experience, and he's got tactical speed. That'll take him a long way here. I like the way that he's trialled up against the older horses. Aquari gives away race experience and has had the one trial, but he's got a nice pedigree, and he'll be well prepared here, and Tua can run well at big odds. He's been a big late drifter. Having a trifecta, maybe throw him into the mix. So 6, 2, 4 and 8. One-way traffic for this favourite, Anthony.
Short when you started your preview at about 11 a.m. He's $1.60 at that point, or $1.65. He just got into as short as $1.35, $1.35, just to $1.45 now, right at the death. But yeah, about 85% of all money on the favourite. Here's Darren for the first.
And Swift Legend is about to walk up and complete the line for race number 1 here at Warwick Farm. First of 8 races on a soft 6. And the red light is turned on. Favourite's got barrier 1 here, Regulated Affair. We're all set. And they're racing now. He got a clean start, Regulated Affair, showing a bit of speed as Bombay Boom looking for the front and finding it. After 100 metres, it's Bombay Boom, Tyrone's Power, Regulated Affair straight to third. Fourth, the inside as Fernber gets a little keen and shades him. 2 lengths in the field, a Query on the rails inside of Ellis Main. Good speed here. Aristocrats is a long way back with Tua. And the last one is Swift Legend up before the home turn. Bombay Boom and Tyrone's Power cut at each other. There's a bit of room appearing for Regulated Affair just behind him. He's being put up onto the bridle here on straightening, and further back as they make the turn was Fernber. Early in the straight, Tyrone's Power led, Regulated Affair got off the fence. McDonald's had to go for the gun, but he's starting to grind the leader down. Regulated Affair coming at Tyrone's Power. He puts his head in front, starts to edge away. He's going to be too good, the shorty. Regulated Affair comes down to win it well. Fernber dived and might have got second ahead of Tyrone's Power. Behind those, Swift Legend, a Query, Tua, and knocking up was Bombay Boom.
Favourite salutes in the first, a Regulated Affair. Jace McDonald and Chris Wallery pays $1.50 and $1.04. Time for the minors. I think you might find 5 Fernway has just gotten up into second place ahead of Tyrone's Power, and Aristocrat will fill that 4th spot. We'll wait for the numbers to be confirmed, but I'd say at this point in time it'd be 6, 5, 9 and 1. That's what you wanted to see from a short price favourite, Brad.
Yeah, everything went to plan, didn't it? Just got a lovely trail in behind. James McDonald rode a patient race, just peeled off the leader's heels there, who Tyrone's Power gave a bit of a kick. Looked halfway down the straight line. Might pose a bit of a race of it, make a bit of a race of it, but the afterburners kicked in and a bit of quality, and it was way too good at the finish, justifying being sent around as a very short price favourite. A lot of eye-catching runs from horses bred to get over further, so I think you can throw Aristocrat into the black book, like the way that he warmed up late. You had your done deal, Colt right down the outside for Les Bridge. Swift Legend making good inroads late as well. So a couple of horses looking for further, but Regulated Affair just had that little class edge and was a touch too good at the short quote 12 months ago. Chris Waller and the team won this race with Emirate. He went on to win at Rose Hill. The stable tipped him out and ran in a run to the Rose and a Golden Rose. So very interested to hear what they have in store for this bloke.
Exactly right. So a $200,000 purchase. He debuted back on the 26th of March. He finished second, albeit very narrowly on that occasion. He had that little bit of a trial in between, that 5-week let-up, and they were able to make use of that inside draw here this afternoon. Chris is just making his way over. That's exactly what you wanted to see from him today.
Yeah, it was a lovely setup. He used his barrier, and there was good speed, and came off the heels and clipped it really well. So yeah, it was good to see.
He gave him that freshen. Was that by design? Is he heading to Brisbane?
I think that was the case. Yeah, he's definitely going to Brisbane, but yeah, we just gave him just a chance to catch his breath. I don't think there was the right races around, so we picked out this race. Thought it would be a good stepping stone.
What trip do you think he'd eventually be suited over?
Not sure. He's got a different sort of action. He's a small, compact horse. He gets his head down and really likes to work. From his action, sort of 12 to 1400. But yeah, hopefully we get into 1400 and have a chance to go to a JJ Atkins or something.
This meeting last year, we saw a horse in these exact colours called Lady Shenandoah. Could he be? Oh, I'm not suggesting he's half as good as her.
The one at Rose Hill, anyway. Maybe the one straight at Fern. Look, yeah, we are creatures of habit with our horses, and that's why we bring a lot of our horses this time of the year and give them a run. There was a filly last week, Shapley, at Canterbury. She's going up to the race that Lady Shenandoah ran at last year at Doomben. For that reason, we think she can step up and go forward. So, yeah, we like to give them a little bit of an experience in the race course, and if a trip of Queensland comes along, and it does help them mature.
Thanks, Chris.
Thanks.
Okay, Kirsten is with James.
Sure, James, that was a fantastic win. It looked like you educated him a little bit in the run there. Do you think he would take plenty from it?
Yeah, for sure. He's taking plenty of improvement. First back, second up, get between runs. Maybe he's a horse that will progress really nicely as he gets further out in distance.
And
He's got good quality.
that's what we wanted to hear. Thank you.
All right, numbers here 6, 5, 9, and 1. So Ferdinand did finish in second spot ahead of Tyrone's Power and Aristocrat in fourth spot. Vanilla pays $5.70, Exacta $7.20, Trifecta $24 in the first four. $164.
I'm with the one on top here, Jillaroo. I thought she presented really well. She's got a good bit of quality about her. I feel like the team have got her very, very forward in regards to their position, and I'd be expecting her to be pretty hard to beat here. A couple of other horses, the rain starts the ball. I don't mind the look, Street Lark, perfect tension, absolutely spot on, as did Juicy.
All right, that's it. So runners not too far away from making their way into the barriers for race number one. And talk about timing, the weather's just taking a bit of a turn. Yes, significantly worse here in the last couple of minutes or so. So the westerly breeze is really picking up. The rain isn't super strong, but it's becoming a little more consistent than it has been throughout the morning. But this breeze is becoming very noticeable. So this breeze headwinds into the home straight. So as they do come down the side and blend into the home straight, the horses on their left or the inside of the gate, and they turn straight, so we basically head on when it's turn to home.
So does that mean cover around the final bend is going to be advantageous or hard to say?
Because it can take some of the pressure out of the races as well. So horses don't have to move, then they go into the breeze and everything's going into it. Look, it's very hard to read. You can see the wind off at the point of the turn on the horse proper. It shows the speed track on the inside. So the back of that shot is where the sprint races start. They'll be coming down with the breeze on their left-hand side and then turning into the breeze in the home straight. You can see the jockeys are looking quite fresh there behind the barriers. A few of them have got the wet weather shields on. I'd imagine it's good to going, so they're wet weather pants as well as we get through the afternoon. So hopefully that band of rain that you can see on your screen, given the strength of the wind, will blow through very quickly and it hopefully won't stick around all day. The forecast is to get 0 to 2 millimetres of rain, and you can imagine we're sort of getting close to that for 1 to 2 mils now.
Over the yard, you might be reaching for the kick bag as well. You might need to buy it yourself out the yard.
You know my policy, right? Just work stops. I just like dropping going scoot up for a little while, but starting dropping in stable hands especially, they're all earning their money while they're too
Mark Sarah making the most of the power.
Look at that.
Looks like he's the Sherpa going up down. Everyone's there on got the towel across his shoulders, but it must show you how cold this is.
Yeah, it might be challenging himself to the whole not heroes wear paper scenario as well.
$2.10 spring. All right, yeah, not too far away. Since we get Mark Sarah, we get down to 55 kilos right there, but he's half a kilo over. So maybe a bit of last minute sweating on a Wednesday. You can see him sweating.
So that is a significant lightweight for a jockey of stature. But clearly looks a good ride, 54 and a half, right at half of the way to 25. They're separated from the end. It's extremely well placed. So hopefully they're not too far away from
Moving into the first motor spirit, it's the first one after our
and also Jillaroo going to the gates. He's back here with the
Thank you very much, BZ. So, it's days like this, you appreciate being in the warm grandstand, don't you? They do amazing for horses and jockeys in conditions like this. Kadari going into the stores. Have to agree with Tim. Jillaroo's one of the more interesting runners of the day, formerly raced in the States. Had a little sharper jump out over 1,200 metres leading in. Juvian's going into the stores. Little trim up at Juvian's, 18 into 15. Rain continuing to sweep across Caulfield Racecourse. The last couple getting set. Street Lark, who's an odds-on favourite at $1.95 on official price. Here's Perfect 10, who was the eye-catcher from sale a couple of weeks ago.
So the first on Caulfield Heath, we're racing on a good 4 on the rail out 3 metres. Field set for the opener, and away they go, and Gillaroo on the inside was one of the better ones, away with Mini Angel and also Street Lark. Kadari settles behind those horses, followed by Rapido River Motoring Spirit. Fighting the jockey is Jubiance, thrashing the head about, and Perfect Tense trying to get past it. They climb the hill with 1,200 metres to go. And it's the American Gillaroo in front by a length and 3/4. Street Lark got to second clearly. Kadari is third. Mini Angel fourth, one off the fence. About 2 lengths, Rapido River. Followed by Motoring Spirit. Second last is Jubiance, and Perfect 10 goes back to the end in the gloomy, wet conditions to the side of the course. 900 metres to go, and the leader is Gillaroo. Zara trying to control the tempo. Street Lark's only a half off it. And they're about a length and a half in front of Kadari, third from Mini Angel, Rapido River next, followed by Motoring Spirit, Jubiance, and last Perfect 10. Gillaroo the pilot, 600 metres to go on the heath by about a half length. The Street Lark, now 3/4 of a length, as they just start to click it up a little. Street Lark now trying to get a bit closer before the corner. Mini Angel a length and a half off those. Kadari niggled at the Jubiance, Motoring Spirit. Perfect 10 still has to get past the ball into the running. 250 to go. It's Gillaroo, the Street Lark throwing down the challenge, and they're having a good battle. Gillaroo and Street Lark are anything underhand to the hill. Street Lark just in front of Gillaroo, who won't give in at the 100, but it's Street Lark drawing about a neck in front of half Gillaroo, and Street Lark is coming clear for Shannon. Street Lark won by a length.
8143.
Third Mini Angel, and fourth in the race was Kadari. Then came Jubiance, Perfect 10, Rapido River, and at the tail of the field in the main Motoring Spirit. Street Lark Blake Shin, who looks to have an excellent book of rides today, trained by Peter Moody and Catherine Coleman. Street Lark takes the first race on the card at $2 and 110. So you've got a backable price if you liked the favourite, the filly by Castelvecchio. And a couple of placings before today, put the writing on the wall.
After a long time. After a long time.
A decent battle. But
So what was wrong yesterday? The track.
Gillaroo, she'll further improve on that. The Pearl and Mare, formerly raced in the United States.
They were playing up.
And Mini Angel filling a hole.
Because after Randwick, this is the best track.
But Street Lark, who was odds on most of the betting,
We are playing.
What figures at the end? $2 and 110 on the tote, coming clear to win it by about a length on the line. And as I mentioned, Blake Shin has a decent book of rides this afternoon. He rides the favourite Catahoula in race number 3 on the program. He's got Just Glamorous, who's one of the favourites in the 5th event. Also the favourite Queen Katrina in race number 6. And then later in the day, the favourite in the last Grand Last. 8, 1, 4 and 3. 8, 1, 4 and 3. 1:31.19. The time for 1500. 8, 1, 4 and 3 to the opener from Caulfield. Let's now hear from co-trainer Catherine Coleman, who is down, I assume. Where is it, Timmy? Yes, Timmy. Down to you.
It's been nice to see you under the brolly, so thanks for that, Matty. Cat Coleman standing by.
14, 8, 4 and 10.
Really good to get
That's the next one.
Very patient with her.
Those couple of runs that she's had under her belt, good progression to a race like this for her this afternoon. Do you think it's just turned out better for her in the run, perhaps?
Yeah, I think so. She got a chance to sort of build her and get a bit of momentum up there as well.
I'm going to be
So she's
back
had
in a
good race
jiffy.
experience and that fitness there on her side.
You had to do with her at home since it's been nice sort of races.
Not a whole lot, you know, she's got those runs under her belt, so just a couple of maintenance gallops and just got her happy and took it over.
So you go that the stable has a bit of time for that.
Yeah, look, she's taken a little while to get here, but I think she's still got progression to come.
What might have missed distance in time be, do you think?
The way she hit the line then, and the way that she's bred, you know, you think she probably gets a little bit further.
Any immediate plans for her? Obviously, weather like this is going to be in her corner coming into the winter months as well.
Yeah, I think she probably is a horse that's going to appreciate the sticking out the ground. So she's had 3 runs in, first race is preparation, so we'll just sort of see how she comes through it and let her guide us. But certainly would be opposed to keeping her going with this weather around.
Right on, good stuff today.
Thank you.
So there's Cat Coleman, and go over and have a chat to Blake Shin very shortly, who has managed to call. He's got a sensational book of rides this afternoon. Coming up with Blake, congratulations. Good start to the day. Just before we get to the performance of Street Life, gee, conditions changed pretty quickly before the jump. What's the vibe of it?
Oh, look, it wasn't ideal. As you say, the rain sort of calmed us. It took a little bit overcast. I kind of think we're used to it now in Melbourne. But anyway, the track's in good order. It was quite firm before the rain came, and I think that just knocked the edge off it. The track's pretty good.
Start number 3 for this girl. The mate gets out of the way. Captain's just saying the horse that's taken a little bit of time. Race experience under her belt. Things just worked out better for her today, didn't they?
Yeah, for sure. That she had a uninterrupted run, able to build up momentum. Distance suited, everything sort of fell into place for her, and yeah, so well deserved victory.
Happy with how the race turned out. So we're sitting off the dirt for Zarisol.
For sure. Look, I think I didn't expect Mark to lead, but you know, Hackney rode a very good race, and you know, he had me sort of off, just happened to niggle her along to sort of just be in touch with Mark, because I think the fitness really come to the fore the last 200 metres, a little bit of a but she won well, and I think next week she's going with it. I think she's done a good job this prep, and I think she's got more to watch once she gets a bit older.
Don't get more. Brought up. There's one. The new takes out race number 1 for Peter Moody and Kat Coleman. Aboard Streetlark, who gets the maiden out of the way. Start number 3. Quick break on race across. Okay. Yep, there we go.
Okay, I'm back.
Oh, okay. Never. Direct weight leaders in on the first for 8, 1, 4 and 3. Direct weight 1 length by 2 lengths. 131.19. Direct weight Caulfield next. Terrific, John. Officially, we have correct weights on the first event through for 8, 1, 4 and 3. Correct weight 1 length by 2 lengths the last 131.19. Correct weight on the opener. Our next event coming up at 1 o'clock on the Caulfield League. And in the next, take out 1 the Spring Point, 3 Master Zeus, 5 Point Tycoon, 6 Prince Tycoon, 9 Hedgley, 11 Roundley, 13 Assassin, 16 for media, and also number 8 here, right? So out of the next 1, 3, 5, 6, 9, 11, 13, 16, 18. Luke Curry picks up the ride on number 10, 5, at 1 o'clock. We're racing on a 4. The rail's been nudged out 3 metre place. We've had that rain that came through about 10 minutes ago. It was heavy enough and hit us for about 5 or 6 minutes, but that has disappeared. And now it's just been clearing up for the time being. As far as other changes are concerned, we might as well.
Right, this is the second one. we look through the odds, it's 14, 8, 4, and 10. 14 is the favorite, 14 is the linear. The highest pressure, it has been to a Group 1 race as well. Got a place. That's that. Now here, if you look at what happened, so we'll have to consider the rails, right? Things that are within the rails are in best positions. These are the rails, BL and SE. So if that happened, and then it came 4, then 3, right? So this one had one side of the rail but missing this side of the rail. These two had this side of the rail but missing this side of the rail. It is only these two horses that had both sides of the rails. And here, '17 also has the best jockey. They all are good jockeys, but 17 has the best. This one is a colt. I don't know what the colt will will do. That's a problem with colts. These two are complete pressure line. This is a neutral. Neutrals generally don't win, but they do get places. Here, the problem is 17. We'll see how the 17 gets placed. I am not going to get into this one. This is 1,000 meter, and we've got a lot of horses. I mean, honestly speaking, you know, the problem is when it's 1,000 meter and horses that have never been to a race. That makes things a little difficult. But anyways, let's play. I'm going to play. I'm going to play. Sorry about that. I'm going to play. We'll need the data, so I'm going to play. Let's see what happens. 14 is the favorite. Okay, 14 is the linear. This is the largest outer drift. 10 is the EW. This one is a colt, which is a neutral. 10 probably in a moderate hands. 8 is in the best hands, but it has no races. 10 also has no races, but it's an EW. This generally means that it's expected to do good when the linear, when the EW is a smaller number than the linear. It's like 518, all right, and this is 379. That will include all of these. So this one is exposed. This one is exposed because there are better handicapping on these horses plus this one. This is expected that the 10 is a good horse. it is expected that the 10 is a good horse. One side, it has been given handicapping, which is like a strong one. The other side, the lower the number, the stronger the handicapping. So this is lower, this is negative, this is the linear, but it's not a strong linear. A strong linear is like this, 316, or you go below. You go below, like we've seen at Randwick, you know, 250 to 300 is the benchmark. When it becomes 500, that means it is a little exposed. So, but that's the linear, all right? The linears are the best horses. There's nothing better than a linear. But the larger the numbers are, the greater the chances of that being chased. That means there's less fuel. There's less fuel in this. So that 10 is the one which is the EW. 17 is the largest outer drift. All right, this is the outer drift, but this is very much within the rails here. So that's that, and this one is like that. So the 10 is an expectation that the 10 is going to do brilliant. 17 is physics, which is laid. That it is the thing which is supposed to do some kind of a damage to the algorithm, as in the odds. That's 17. 14 is the linear, which is the best horse, and this generally goes to the favorite. So we'll see how that works. I'm going to go with, let's go club. Let's see how it works. Now we go the management side. This is okay. This is 31%. They're down drift. This is 49. So this is like the financial status of these people, how these people have been financially. Are they winning races? Are they losing races? Do they have debts on their companies? The entire portfolio summarized in a few numbers. So that's what they are. Lewis, welcome back. It's a metro day. 13? Where did you get a 13, bro? 13 has been scratched, and there is no 13 on second race at Caulfield. 13 is scratched. Sweet but sassy. Tuna, welcome back, Tuna. Man, I'm really happy that a linear finally got through, Tuna. Yesterday, I don't know what was going on at Bendigo, but it more or less looks like a jockey track. It more or less looks like a jockey track. Only the jockeys have been doing stuff. Horses did not make any sense yesterday.
Hey, that's tomorrow night, by my judgment. Let's start betting with horse number 2, Gaunt's here. The Chris Waller move, Ben Bellamy, the matter what it made it to jump out. It's not bad from the Chris Waller stable. His latest jump out second to 9 for 1. He's then started the short price favourite Sunday. Sunday, narrow defeated on that occasion. But like the way this horse moves, whether he's sharp as some of the other runs in the span, I still question. But it'll have a promising future.
I don't know about it. He's got a great attitude. You wouldn't think this is something he's going to stay at the races the way that he is walking around. He's just really improves powerful, moving sort of a horse. Looks to my eye like he'd probably appreciate getting over further in the future. So it's nice to pick up point for him for that.
This might be a bit controversial, is it? 4 is never enough Lego for Benjamin and JD Hayes. Mark Zari and Safe for Barons. 2 jump outs this time have been top shells. The latest that's Flemington on the outside fence. The majority of the field is down to the inside, so covered a lot of ground, but finished well. Had station behind Aleppo Flying on Ballarat Day in last December, finished second on that occasion. Then bumped in the field and played in a pretty camp 2-year-old race so he brings solid race form for this. Judging by his 2 trials,
Exhibiting it in South Australia anymore, mate. It's Lego with Victoria now, not Lego. But this horse, he looks outstanding. I think that he's a really nice horse. He's 5'5", it's absolutely on fire. He's doing a wonderful job. He does have the benefit of pony race experience, vast preparation. So I think that these horses, they always improve their second track.
Thank you, Mrs. Young. 4-7 is Starista for Johnny McArdle. Jamie Moss, the morning duo teaming up here. The tongue tie goes on for the debut run.
From master preparation. I really like the way this jump out behind the sports mate. Maybe she was having an off day, but $1.50 big odds, but I have seen it drive.
Very neat type this, but I have to admit on him, he's been really quite had the benefit of having a couple of educational jump outs last prep like these just touched on and a couple of guests so fitness is on his side, but actually he expected he's going to benefit from the race experience, but he's got a nice bit of quality about him.
8 is Frost Nip, who's also really regarded the debutante for good price of Michael Junior Lake. She in the saddle from one.
This girl is fast. Her trials have been easy to spot because of the depth of the jumps. She's all about natural speed, bounced out of the barriers, travels well, placed under little pressure. She sits well. The heels came out massive. 7 and 8 runs. So the task is a little tricky. But now we've only got 9 runners. The task does look a lot easier for her. She comes in a lot, she gets great chin. She's to win this race. I can see her burning across the front of the field. And it's now going to start. They've put the time before they come into the bend. They do only have one turn. So, and this is a track where it can draw wide and can quite good. She is a ball of energy, which is very hard to beat.
She's a really good type. I really like her. She's very attractive. She's got a great deep girth, very muscular, very strong. She's built for short court speed. That's the way that she looks to my eye, and obviously the way that she's been looking in her jump outs coming into this as well. First day at the race gets a big tip. She's been really good.
High Vow's debutante, a frosted filly trained by Kieran Martin and by Luke Curran.
In the latest jump out, she was beaten a long way by Frost, but that was over 800 metres, and she was hard to place under race day pressure. So it's tough to make an assumption that she's just going to be beaten again by Frost. I think it's most likely that she would, but it wouldn't totally shock the close to market.
It's really interesting to see two fillies that are both by the same side. They're both out of different types of brood mares. So this horse here is out of a street farm mare. You can see she's that little bit scopier. She's a little bit stretchy in the way that she covers the ground, and she's a little bit more relaxed, but she's been prepared really well. She's very strong in her hindquarters, and she's handling herself well.
12 is Sassy for sure. Philip Stokes and Tom Stockdale combining a couple of jump outs on the home deck and packing them.
Should be quite fit because she has had a 1,000-metre jump out, and she was no match for the stablemate Regal Award, who was heavily going to carry defeated the recent Canadian Geelong, but she looks like she's got good natural speed.
Yeah, she's been really good. The Downlands have got a lot of time for Sarah, and she's doing a really good job. All the ones that I've seen, she's had through that injuries, and that's exactly the way that she's turned out here today. She's done nothing wrong, just very straightforward.
Wiltshire Square's been tested at a pretty good level. She's been lead on with that maybe late start or back in the roll. Whatever played the way she's jumped out since then. And it's been for Tom Brass, there's a blue diamond behind Devil Knight. Some chance of that as well after being placed in both. The stage played and good and run a good it gets back to a bit of level of never enough if they go. Number 4, just outside the place, jump out to the valley.
Yeah, it's only a light frame really is. It's really interesting that it's this short distance, because I said last preparation, to my eye, just the way that she's really quite to appreciate getting over a little bit further, maybe time she will. Looks very similar, she might have strengthened up the step so slightly, but not a hell of a lot from last prep. Very similar, and she would like to be doing that for now.
Race and Rose, John Maloney and George Child, they are good here on the course. They trained to run limit up to men's back, so the one run since the back.
She was fair on that occasion.
Yeah, a little bit fresh and a little bit risky as Geordie was getting on her in the mounting out here, just getting a bit ticklish and having a little bit of play, so just paired up with the pony and seems to have unjammed her tail a little bit. She's relaxed a touch, so she's behaving herself a little bit better than us. I just prefer to watch it.
17 is Victory Chu, who's covered a bit of distance in her 4 career rather start 4 for the prep this afternoon.
Been a disappointing horse so far because he showed a lot of promise even from his first start. He has to put it all together just yet.
That might be a little much. He only had 4 group starts, but he did look as though he was going to be one of the best 2-year-olds in spring, and then even at the start of the autumn, he just hasn't delivered, and that promise just yet. He's really cold in the recent race of Pakenham, hit the line nicely. 1,000 metres here, he should get the opportunity to be similar. Hopefully he can improve on that run.
He presents really well. He would just be one that's a little bit frustrating because he shouldn't still be amazed. Should have been able to break through by now. He looks magnificent. He's a really good moving horse. He's looking beautiful with his canvas going to start there.
All right, 1 from 1 for you, Brent Zarafka, who wins race number 2 here on the East.
I'm going with the dead top here in Frosty. I think he got scratch on this contest.
All the late action coming through in race 4. In this Dillinger goes out at 12.52. That's advanced. Ladies actually at 12.53. Race 4, number 1, Dillinger coming out at 12.
Frosty, but spear out of the barriers and took for a ride.
Tricky Arby, a couple of horses that I like here. I haven't had Silky Square on top. I think he's an obvious sort of pick here. It's very similar to how I saw it. All last preparation, she hasn't really strengthened her all that much, but that's just her. She was racing extremely well. Makes me find this always, yeah. Start with 2 runners, start 5.
Deep into it, so drawing the top of the 8 to a good try, and if you come well, it wouldn't be a good
She was awesome all last preparation. Have you seen much progression in the way that she's developed in this little run?
Not so much development, she's a little bit stronger. She's only a small, compact, short couple of feet, but plenty of heart there, which is quite quick. So she didn't do much wrong last preparation except the blue diamond, but she'll have a really good preparation up to that. So hopefully we can kick off this campaign fashion.
What was that? You've been happy with the way that she's been trialling coming into this?
Yeah, good we have. Yeah, we just gave her that one short, sharp. She was kept with bridle. Not a lot of her. She only weighs 400 kilos, so she trains pretty light. And she's been professional.
It looks like that's just pretty much always going to be her frame too, doesn't it? She doesn't look like she's ever really going to be much bigger than that.
That's right. I was going to keep an eye on this in maybe in the next 12 months, and naturally she's pretty made. She's got camera, got score, she's very sound, clean from in, she kept going, so you just never know.
Talk tactics to us.
Sitting in victory club was that actually playing high best well for trying to move sharply, takes control of that. So you'd imagine it's going to be forward-ish. Like it was pretty comfortable. The favourite comes along. He won't change so much. $60.
It's a lucky one. Thank you. Well, Danny, good for the action.
Well, thank you, and also Amy Yagi, thank you. They're getting set here for the running of this second race. So just repeating so everybody's on the same page. A late scratching, an important one in race 4, number 1 Dillinger, coming out at 12.52. That's on Bet's advice. So Dillinger, who was one of the favourites coming out of the 4. So the 2-year-olds who have been pretty well behaved so far here are getting set quickly. Now Sassy for sure has been a little trimmer. 26 to 18 goes in. Gautier is about to load, and also Frost Nip will complete the line. Wiltshire Square, who's contested some of the best 2-year-old races earlier in the autumn. That's a bit weaker here. Standing patiently next to Star Rista as Sassy for sure is in with Gautier, and here's Frost Nip to complete it. Second event of the day. 2-year-old to the 1,000. Now going forward is Frost Nip. Field ready. Gates back and away. Frost Nip towards the outside. One of the better ones away with never enough Lego. Sassy for sure. Star Rista. Wheelchair Square isn't too far away. So they link onto the heath course at the 750. From that outside draw, excellent toe from Frosthip on debut led Wheelchair Square, Star Rista, Never Enough Lego. A length and a quarter away to High Val, followed by Sassy for sure, Raison de Rose, Gautier, and 2 lengths Victory Tune. 600 metres to go, Frosthip the leader. By a length and a quarter, Wheelchair Square. Then Never Enough Lego, Star Rista. 2 for the back, Sassy for sure as they run the corner from High Val, Raison de Rose, Gautier, and Victory Tune. Frosthip the leader. 200 metres to go, given some leather, and sprinted 2 1/4, Wheelchair Square, followed by Sassy for sure on the outside, but it's Frosthip. 100 metres to go, had a good buffer. 2 lengths in front of Sassy for sure, and Frosthip very speedy, tired late, but won by a neck. Sassy for
8,
sure,
12, 14.
Square for third. They were followed by Courtier, Never Enough Lego, Victory Tune and High Bell. A gap in the field, Raison de Rose, and last to finish was Star Rista. Frosthip travelled really well in the run-up, showing good speed. Wasn't completely hustled across the face of the field, but outsped them to the fence. From that outside draw, that's been an excellent debut. But a bit weary late, was entitled to Frosthip number 8 for Mick Price and Michael Kent Jr. It brings up the first 2 winners of the afternoon to jockey Blake Shinn. Number 8, the winner, Frosthip. 8 first, defeats Sassy for sure, who hit the line well. Another excellent debut. Tommy Stockdale for Philip Stokes, and Wheelchair Square to get the third. Number 14, Ethan Brown for Kieran Barr. Interests for first 4 players. Never Enough Lego hitting that together with also Gautier, who was running through the line late. A little bit of an eye catcher, and we wait for the judge's verdict on that. 8, 12 and 14 will be the placings. 8, 12 and 14. And we just stand by for 4th with Never Enough Lego on the inside of Courtier, who was finishing well. And then it was a gap to High Bell in 6th place. But as I mentioned, after the first, Blake Shinn with an excellent book of rides. And even though it took a little bit of a backward step when the starter hit the button, didn't take long for this horse to really hit its straps and clearly beat them to the punt in the first 200 metres. Under its own steam as well. It didn't fight Blake Shinn at all. It was an impressive debut, mature performance. 8, 12, 14, 4th number 4, Never Enough Lego, just holding on to 4th money, and 5th number 2, Gautier in 57.9. A half length by 3/4. 8, 12, 14 and 4. Let's get the appraisal from Mick Price now, winning co-trainer down with Timmy.
Thank you, buddy. Mick's standing by to have a chat to us. Mick, congratulations.
So what happened is that linear was not strong, and these were stronger. These were stronger. This was not strong. Ten was an expectation which actually went through handicapping. That's a strong handicapping. They were running on their own. And 8 was in a very good hands. Seven, 6, 3 and 4. All right, this is the third one. Okay. If we look at the odds, it's 7, 6, 3, and 4. If we look through the rails, it's 7, 4, 6, and 3. So these are the top horses. That's bottom line. And 7 is the favorite. 7 is the first one through the rails. It's got one league race. Linear is 4. Okay. Now, this is where it gets tricky because this is a benchmark 64. And that is, again, not a strong linear. It's a 476. So this thing can be chased, and this thing can be chased based on performance, based on handicapping. So if we look at the odds, that 7 is the favorite. 7 is the largest outer drift. Sorry, inner drift. This is the largest outer drift. But this is a little more, this is a little less, but that'll still be a problem. So we'll keep it as a check, that 1. The problem is this jockey has been set neutral, this jockey has been set neutral, so that probably is not happening. So that's that part of the story. Now, when it is like this, so I have been trying to figure out what is the source, how this is getting affected. So we know there is a horse pressure. There is a pressure, all right. This one is with the highest pressure, but it is something like, and it is also with one of the best hands. It's the linear. This is the best hand. This is the linear. That's the highest pressure. That's 4. Okay, but that's not the favorite, and that's what it is. That 4. Now, what I've been thinking is, we know there's a horse pressure, we know there's a FRH, but what is the source of this? So this is just my thought. When we get a horse pressure, the question is whether or not that pressure is adequate. How do we know what pressure is adequate? We don't know about ourselves. If you ask me to carry a 10-kilo bag, I might not be able to carry it for 2 minutes, but you might be able to carry it for 10 minutes. It all depends on the build of the horse, the body weight, and so this is on EBM, estimated body weight, and that's how the pressure works. But what is the source? How is this pressure getting delivered or not getting delivered? So the source of the pressure is definitely the weight that is carrying. So if we look at what is happening is, this is 59.5. At 59.5 the pressure is 50%. Wherein this is more, this gets less. Then this is like 59, it is 29. This is 60.5, it becomes 26. So that's the pressure, but pressures generally go through, right? So the EBM is kind of does the job. But here, if we have to actually understand what's going on, so the 3 is 3 kilos overweight, okay? That 3 kilo overweight. Here, if we try and take a look at what happened, so that 15 was getting tailed. The 10 was with 100% handicapping. Then it is 8, 12, 14, and 4. That happened. This two did not get in. This probably with management issue as well. This one with very strong handicapping, so that did not work. But if we look at the amortization here, then 8, 12, 14, and 4 are exactly the same order that we've got in the last race. So the arm was on the smaller side for 1,000 meter. If we do the same thing here, then we get 6, 7, and 4. Now the thing is, we do not need any of the horses to be tailed. If they get tailed, that's a problem. So at 59, this is 29. At 59.5, this is 50%, which is a lot of pressure that it is handling. At 59, it is almost the half. All right. So is 7. The problem here is this is generally the second horse pool. This is the largest one is generally the second horse pool. The question is between 4 and 6. The question is between 4 and 6. The 7 is the favorite, we all know. And what could be the other devil that can get in is this number 2. All right. They are all on rise. Okay, this is 1.5 kilo overweight, this is 2 kilo overweight, this is 2 kilo overweight, this is 3 kilo overweight. 2 has a dedicated jockey, so that is a devil. That is a devil with very strong management going on 2. So that's a devil. If that devil doesn't get in and the 6, 7, 4 doesn't get tailed, here the 15 was getting tailed. The 10 was very strong handicapping on a maiden race. Here it is a benchmark 64. If these things do not get tailed, then we probably have a clear go.
Race 3 is the Tobin Brothers Celebrating Life's Handicap 1200 metre benchmark 64. Let's start the mountain yard with the Tommy. Thankful Heart for Clayton Douglas, previously trained by the Archibalds, Annabelle and Rob. Earmuffs off, pre-race earmuffs are on.
She's got a lot of natural speed, and a recent jump out of Mornington over 700 metres was quite impressive. So, new stable, new environment. She brings some different form from this, with racing predominantly up in Queensland previous to arriving in Victoria. She's had a long time off, but given the way that she's jumped out, she looks quite good.
Yeah, quite a nice parade from this horse. You can see Clayton's just tinkered with the earmuffs coming off, but leaving them on for pre-race. Obviously, a horse that can just get up and about and just be a little bit hard going. He looks very well. He is an entire, so naturally they've always got that nice pace.
2 is Glory Mission. Really, really interesting run at the Gambicans teaming up here, making the trip up from Tassie. Can you give us a lead into this gallop there?
I was having a good chat to Daniel Gambit. I haven't seen him in a few years, but good to see him out walking the track. I just asked him sort of what he's been through by the fourth tier. He said that probably not at the elite level in Tasmania, but better than sort of the grade. So we're just trying to see where this horse fits in. A good opportunity to come across onto the main ground and race some good prize money on a nice track. So he's quite a handy horse. Has jumped out well for the last run and should match be in a nice position from that ball.
It's got a good strong body type, this horse. He can quite heavy over the scales. I would have thought very muscular and been striding out really nicely. As BZ's just touched on, they have brought him over for no reason. The horse is very fit, deep into a preparation. It would be interesting to see how the form does stack up.
You know, Tango Jewel likes to go to the front and try and keep running. That's exactly what she did on the lakeside track out of 1200 last.
She was able to make advantage of that day because it was a day where we wanted to be sort of hard up against the inside and keeping on the fence. And Craig Williams rode extremely well. There is a little bit more pressure in this race. I don't think she's going to get things on her own. I think she was a touch under the odds given she had to say against the last start. The good thing about it is she's very nice. What you see is what you get from her. When she races at her best, finds the front, it's the right distance.
It's pretty much identical to how I saw her at Sandown recently when she was 21. It was good to see her bounce back to some form. Jamie just touched on that. The last preparation, it was a bit of a head scratch. She just didn't come up for whatever reason. This time round, she's back doing all the things that she usually does when she races well.
Hasn't this guy had his foot on the tour for a little while? It's been a little while between bricks. Horse 4, inexorable to Graham being Tom Pribble with the saddle for the first time.
It's a one thing, but it's super consistent. All distance runs. I know he stretched out for a mile last year, but his record at 6 furlongs and fresh is very solid. So he's had 2 very quiet jump outs. He hasn't been let off the chain at all in those, but that's not to say that he can't sprint well fresh in his contest, which is just in behind the speed from that draw, and he's got a right to strap.
He's such a consistent racehorse, this fellow, isn't he? And he always usually performs well first up. He won't be far away, you know that. He's a little bit up and about when he first came in. He looks like he's just a little bit of a type of horse naturally. That's how I have seen him previously. So touch fresh, but very well.
Tessatori is another interesting runner, back in the care of Dan Martin. A couple of gear changes, vehicles go back on, the nose and strip goes on, and the lugging bit comes off for the first time.
She has had one run in Victoria, and that was back in January. And it was performance because she was held up at the big stage. She was trying to build momentum, and she basically just got spat out between a couple of horses. And she's had a good break. She's had a couple of jump outs. It's a quite like the latest jump out of Africa. Race the pivot, and Arthur, she tried quite nicely on that occasion. She gets barrier 1 and the blinkers on him for the first time, so good forecast and significant improvement from her.
Very hard to knock anything about her parade. She looks awesome, really nice, strong type. She's in beautiful order. She's quite forward in condition too. I think she would be a mare that takes a fair bit of, filly I should say, takes a fair bit of work to get fit. She's just quite robust and naturally has that bit of condition, but you can see really nice time.
Thunder Awards, an interesting runner for the Kenwell and Yeoman's operation. Zach Spain in the saddle, resuming this afternoon. He just had the one run in the autumn that was back in Stone Martin.
His record could easily look a lot better than what it is, because it's learned up on a couple of occasions. Exactly what happened. First started happening. It's been back to the jump outs. It's had 62 days between runs. They do like the children's source very free. And from that short indicator, it's going to be in the back half of the field, but it's got a really first acceleration. You can stalk and then hit the line stronger. We haven't seen two best ground so far in 2 races here, but in fairness, the 2 best horses have probably won in their respective races. But it does need things to fall into place in this
3 looks good. Tuna 3. I'm going to be out of this one. We'll see how this thing works.
To start this Wednesday afternoon, can you make the big out for it? Second that ball that three goes for a win and a final place in Canada. She's going to be here second to lead in the race. Spencer Award, who was placed at the back of the last attempt. It's also the second up. Tango Tour will be a strong great answer. Later side without he's the bus. Exploring mission and interest.
Now the 7 has the best jockey. 7 has a lot of advantage. It's generally the second horse pool, but the linear is not supportive enough. 3 is 3 kilo overweight. 5 is probably hands down the best horse. But it has a jockey that has never won a race here. Very bad situation with that jockey. But it's in a good hand. They probably know what they're doing.
Fast ahead of him in what's a pretty competitive field with more seasoned horses. The team have done their job very well. He looks very fit. He's in winning form, but it's always difficult to take that next step up.
All right, BZ, you're seeing them beautifully to kick off this Wednesday afternoon. Who do you like in race 3?
And with the punters here and with Catabula, I think she goes into a forward position. I think she's going to be extremely hard to run down. So 7 on top, from the 6 in Thunder Award, who may need a few things to pan his way, but I suspect he'll be smashing the line late. Exorable into third, and then Tango Tour. So I'm 7 to beat 6 more.
On a race that I have a strong opinion of, to be fair, I see them pretty even. A bit hard with inexorable.
4 is getting tailed.
A bit up and about. On race days, fresh is a sprinting type of horse, all within normal limits, and I thought that he's about in pretty good order. So I'm happy to have him on top. Catabula looks very similar to how I saw her at Sandown. Doesn't appear to have tightened up at all, but that's just normal for her. But not a race to have a strong opinion on him.
And Tuna, the thing is, when it is a mixed sex, this one is a mixed sex. There's a 6-year-old horse, the number 1. Then the 5-year-old mares are devastating. So you have a very strong chance that the 3 might just go through with that weight. We'll see. No, this is something that I've seen when there's a mixed sex. When there is a mixed sex, the 5-year-old mares are the ones to go with. But that has to be backed with some, I mean, I'm just trying to figure out the source, you know.
Talk us through a tracker, because that's something that you do all of your own property at home, or do you take her to the track as well?
Why and how? That has happened multiple times. Multiple times is an understatement. But whenever there's been a mixed sex, the 5-year-old mare's been devastating. Either they get angry, excited, some kind of something that happens.
So we can see the concluding stages of Tango Tour's win at Sandown there. And you mentioned that there was certainly no disadvantage to be up and on the speed close to the fence in that day.
Trade Units rode extremely well. No one else wanted to go with her.
She was off the gone. She flipped the rope first up, so maybe a few of the other riders thought, oh, we should tire, get going. I think it's a few more will move in their sights today. There's feeding, so I don't see them getting such a soft lead. What about the move here for number one? Thank Heart. It's been a huge go. First up, Craig Douglas. And wow, we're $15, $16 into 850, so plenty of punters are happy to be with it. The favourite has remained very firm, but so to Thunder Award. Go, number one, Thanks Heart.
Just the punters might have just joined in here at Canterbury with Caterhoola here on the Black Shin Hawks Express.
Hard not to really break things two races
Jules ready for the three.
It's in the zone at the moment. It's on a couple of
Matty Hill. They're also tipping Blake to make the three. Interesting betting race this. Caterhoola's the drifting favourite, 280 out to 320 with books. You're getting 270 the total. Additional support for the second favourite, Thunder Award. And there's money for Thankful Heart at the top. Formerly raced in Queensland, now with Blake Douglas at Mornington at $16 into $8.50. Getting set now. So Tango Jewel going into the stores. They're filing in over the 1,200 metre gates. Inexorable going into the gates for Tommy Preble. Now about to come along is Glory Mission, gelding by Stratosphere, who's had 8 runs in Tasmania for 3 wins and 3 minors. Glory Mission goes forwards. So the last one to join them over there, and that will be Thankful Heart, who's been supported into single figures, has the services of the informed Jamie Mott, and the field is locked away. Set ready at the 1,200 metres and away, and Tango Jewel towards the outside beat them out with Inexorable and Tessatori, and Volatile isn't too far away with the yellow sleeves and cabin from the deep Thankful Heart. Tango Jewel is going to lead Thankful Heart as they head towards the Heath course of the 850. 2 lengths to Volatile, Tessatori, a gap Inexorable. They were followed by Glory Mission. Second last is Caterhoola, and last is Thunder Awards. So the 2 favourites back in the field. Tango Jewel is the leader and slowed it off. 650 metres to go from Thankful Heart. Tessatori, Volatile, 4th one off the fence. 2 further back, Inexorable, Glory Mission, followed by Caterhoola. And last of all on the inside is Thunder Award as they approach the turn. The leader is Tango Award. Runs the corner here, or Tango Jewel rather, leading out by about a length and a quarter. Thankful Heart, Tessatori, Volatile. And they're about 3 lengths in front of Inexorable. It's Tango Jewel, 200 metres to go. Thankful Heart chipping away as they reach the 150. Still Tango Jewel. Thankful Heart still not getting there at the moment. Tango Jewel. Caterhoola is going to be the late closer on the outside. And here's Thunder Award. Tango Jewel. Thunder Award.
6-7.
Has been Thunder Award, and a photo for third between Inexorable and Caterhoola, and then Thankful Heart. Behind them, Volatile, Tessatori, and at the end of the field was Glory Mission. Tango Jewel, number 3, Ryan Houston, at 860 and 220. Will gain the day here and win it by about
Boom, tuna.
Thunder Award. And then the 2 horses in the
3, 6, 7.
colours were storming through together. Inexorable and also Caterhoola, but it's going to be Tango Jewel who's going to last. Number 3, Tango Jewel. Ryan Houston for Jamie Edwards at 860 and 220. It's been beautifully rated in front by Ryan Houston. The horse jumped really well, clearly beat them out, went to the front, has staved off Thankful Heart initially. He was just able to get a cheap split at about the 700 metres there, Ryan. It's won in the race. It's had enough in hand. Of course, the last little bit here on the...
PC, welcome back.
So
3,
he's starting to get tired.
6, 7.
Was rocketing out of the ground.
And what?
A couple more strides later, it would have been either Inexorable or Caterhoola who was thrashing through the line. So a good go, a half neck by a half head, half neck, half head. And it's 3, 6, 4 and 7. 3, 6, 4 and 7. 110.75 the time. 3, 6, 4 and 7 on the third Caulfield. Let's hear from winning trainer Jamie Edwards. He's now with Timmy.
Thank you, Matty. Jamie, congratulations. Her 4th win from just...
Yeah, do that.
Last preparation. She never really came up. What have you sort of had to do with her between now? Really turn things around with her.
No. I think she won in town. Put her out for a while.
So what happened? Let's try and get this. Uh, Three, 6, 4, and 7. All right. 3, 6, 4, and 7. So 4 had the highest pressure. 3, 6. Now, if we look at the source, so that was the highest one from where? 59.5. Okay, that's 59.5. From 59.5, it is suffering a 50% pressure, wherein the 3 from 60.5 is suffering 26%. The highest was 61, which is a horse, and it did not do anything. That was at 12%. And 4 from 59 is at 50%. So that's the problem. That is the problem. Go to the next. Nine and 1 has been scratched. This is race number 4. Six, 8, 2, and 10. Well, place Eagle Farm.
made it a week later than Jackson that he wanted to do. But they've lined up pretty smartly here, which means we're just about set to go. The starter is at the ladder. Red light is on. Except for the third and Eagle Farm. The gates are open. They're off and racing. And Chillaxing was one of the first to go. Actually, first out was Paravic. Familiar Karen's got speed. Chillaxing charging up outside that pair, 3 wide early. Even deeper was Ring Bearer. And first innings, 5th one off the rail as they negotiate the first bend. The Irish is going to midfield on the fence, then Mannerheim, followed by Ichiban. A couple away Waverley outside of Far West and Outburst. He drops down to be a clear last. They work up the side as they go towards the mile, and Chillaxing takes over. Harley takes the odds-on favourite to the lead, and he's doing it pretty keenly too, and he might be going a bit keenly in front, Chillaxing. He's got a margin over 3 on Vermilion Kieran, who's a clear second. 2-way third first innings, and Paravic Park fourth the rail. Ring Bearer I fancy is 3-1 as they head down the back straight. Then Mannerheim outside of the Irish. 2.5, 3 lengths to Ichiban, 2 to Waverley, outside of Far West, and 2 off last Outburst. Along the back straight by the 1,200 metres, Chillaxing going to try and rest in the middle part of the race. He's still a clear leader, a little bit in fact. He's out by 2.5, 3 lengths to Vermilion Kieran, and first innings third the outside. As he comes back to them now, Chillaxing, and has a rest. Ring Bearer's doing it tough off the track, Mannerheim the centre. Paravic 6th over on the rail. Then came the Irish, Ichiban, Waverley, Far West, and Outburst. There's been no change in the order because the gallop has been genuine. They travel inside the 800 metres, and Chillaxing 3/4 to first innings getting closer. Racing third was Vermilion Kieran, then Mannerheim. Followed by Ring Bearer. He's had an extra tough trip off the track all the way. The Irish was next. Waverley starts to travel into the picture. Then Paravic, Ichiban, Outburst beginning a run, and Far West will turn in last position. How much gas in the tank with Chillaxing? He heads for home, goes by the 400 metres in the lead from first innings at Mannerheim. The Irish is coming up strongly on the outside. Ichiban coming to the picture. Waverley is still running on. Chillaxing has gone. Sorry, favourite folks, he's gone. And Mannerheim takes the lead. Ichiban and the Irish on the outside. Then came Far West. Mannerheim, Ichiban, and then came the Irish on the outside. Ichiban now reaches the lead. Moving clear. Ichiban too good. Beat home Far West, and the Irish ran third. Mannerheim fourth. Then Vermilion Kieran, followed by Outburst first innings. Chillaxing did it too hard on the run. He went too fiercely. He beat himself. Then gaps to Paravic, Waverley, and Ring Bearer.
Oh dear. Ichiban has run over 21 to 9 today.
Boom.
Got up to 12.
12.
From Toowoomba.
Second.
Number 10, the Irish and Mannerheim. How did he miss the place?
PC, this is the first time. No, you played a few EWs earlier, but place, I think you rarely do that, but boom.
But this might be his go. 2,000 plus. Very strong on the line. Well, what happened to Chillaxing? He got a B in his bonnet today. He's been beaten 8, 10. Awful. He revved him up a little bit out of the gates, and then he wouldn't come back at any point. He was Gonski burning at the top of the straight.
Yeah, that's
Saying about the damn of this one to me, John.
Okay, this is the fourth one. The odds are 6, 8, 2, and 10. 6 is the favorite, and 6 is the only linear. 6 is the only one which is handicapped. Rest, everybody has some kind of an advantage. Now, that is the highest pressure, but it's coming from 58.5. Now, there are others where it is not a pressure, wherein the largest weight is on 2, 61.5, which is less than this. So, but that, this thing also matters with the BB, whether they'll be able to carry or not. So within the rails, we've got 4, then 6, then 2. 2 is with management. 8 is here. 10 is here. So, and there are horses we've got no clue about. They're all almost suffering. There's none of these. 5 probably is in the best hands. That 5 is in the best hands. They're all suffering like nobody's business. This is absolutely bad. The other one is 10. Now the 10 is given, it's a 5-year-old mare which has been given a relaxation of 8.5 kilograms. It is like that, and it is a BB. Okay, so here that's 59. It's giving 6 as a pressure. Here it is 54.5. It is giving 6. But it has a relaxation of 8.5 kilograms, and it's a BB. This one is not a BB. This one is a BB. So, but that doesn't mean anything, because at the end of the day, it is horse racing. This one has been to, 5 league races. It has got 1 group race. So that's not a bad horse, actually. Six is the favorite. That's the only linear which is the handicapped. Is it in a good hands? It's not the best, not the worst. That's the kind of a situation. Performance, the best. There's no doubt. It has the best performance, but 39 is bad job. Nine. Here the 7 came in where? The 7 came in 4th, right? The 7 came in 4th. The 3, then the 6. 3, 6, 4. This basically is the second arch pool, but from 58 it is at 32, from 60 it is at 17. We don't know what they are. So benchmark 70, 1800. I don't know. It's a wild goose chase. Maybe the 6 will. I mean, that's a linear, but we've seen what happens to linears which are like this. So this is even bigger. So anybody can chase this. Anybody can chase this horse. That 7 has physics. It can chase the 5 is sorry, this one. The 3, the 7-year-old gelding can chase. This is basically the second horse pool. Can do a lot of destruction. It's not in a safe zone. That's the bottom line is. What do you have, PC? 9. Warwick Farm.
Affected service. Has been a little while now since we've seen the best of Poker Jack, but he too has been met with some support, so maybe we'll see it today.
Just note that Extravagant Lad, when Braithnock did jump on board, got a little bit up on his toes, but he seems to be okay now. Poker Jack, nice. Walking nicely, ticking plenty of boxes. Looks to be one of the fitter ones in the field for sure. I can't knock it.
9, This Is Heaven, Colt crosser Tom Sherry, who returns at gelded.
Yeah, the form guide suggests that he's been gelded. So his last run was 4 weeks ago, and after 24 starts of being a last start winner, if he has been gelded, I guess he's entitled to feel a little bit hard done by, in fact. So drove late to get the verdict there at Tuncurry. Last start, half a length from first to fifth. So it was a bunchy finish, but at least he brings winning form into this race. He's the only last start winner here. You do have to question the depth of that race if he comes through, though.
Fitness-wise, this runner looked good in the yard, wasn't turning a hair. Tommy Sherry jumped up on board, and as soon as he sort of went to head out to the track, he kind of dug his feet in a little bit. He didn't really want to go out, but Tommy sort of put him behind one of the others and gave him a little tap down the shoulder and said, come on, buddy, let's concentrate. And he has seemed to have switched on now, so I'd like to see him keep his head in the game as he gets up to the barriers.
And Keb's girl, our final runner, Mark Chevalier, Louis Vuitton.
She's our race outsider, so third run for the new stable today. Well exposed mare. She does get some weight relief up in grade, but hasn't done enough in 2 runs at big odds at her past 2 starts to be confident about her chances here.
She's okay. She looks like she's definitely not lacking any fitness. Her coat wasn't turning too much, but I did notice that she was sweating ever so slightly, as you can see her canter up to the start there. She has got those red earmuffs on, so she clearly just might be a little bit more of a fizzy type.
All right, Kiramar is with me. His trials, he never trials flash, but he's got a brilliant fresh record.
He does. He's caught us a few times, actually. He presents pretty relaxed and like he's possibly not ready. And, yeah, he's, like you said, his form's very good fresh.
Is he ready, though?
Yeah, he is. He is ready. He may not look it, but he is.
I remember a few jockeys have gotten off him saying they just need speed because he can overdo it if he gets up on the bridle.
Yeah, he's getting a bit older now, so he is getting a little bit more mature in that regard with each prep. But when you got James on, you shouldn't have too many worries.
I assume you didn't give him any instructions.
No, like he'll just be where he's comfortable. He's probably, yeah, 6. I never tie him down too much when there's such a small field. So yeah, he'll work it out.
I wanted to ask you about Invisible Magic in the previous. It was a nice debut performance from her.
It was, yeah. Got a lot of time for her. We've had to just be patient with her. She wanted to overdo it a couple of times in the trials, but beautiful run. Anna gave her a great ride, and yeah, I'd say she'll bounce off that. You know, when things just go right for them fresh up, they generally bounce off it. So, and possibly over a little bit further as well.
Thanks, Kieran. Best of luck.
Yes.
Who did you settle with, Kim?
Well, being a slightly smaller field, obviously it made my job a little bit easier, and being a little bit further into his preparation, it's Extravagant Lad on top for me. Coat looked good, was taking everything in his stride, wasn't getting at all warm and sweaty, was just striding out nicely, and he looks ready to peak here.
Late mail numbers 2, 3, 1 and 4 negotiations on top. The market's very soft on his chances late. There's very little between negotiations and Extravagant Lad, and we may have a new favourite in a matter of seconds, if not minutes. So negotiations, he's a proven fresh horse. It sounds like he's a bit of a dude by all reports, so you can ignore the fact that he hasn't trialled up flash. That's just him, and just trust his fresh up form. So also light backing Bleeders first up, and he fits that profile here. So he'll give away a head start, but it's only a field of 6, and he'll be close enough. if good enough. The favourites have had really good runs in this point at Warwick Farm, looking to make it 4 from 4. So Dangers, Extravagant Lad, the market's identified that. Has to bounce back from last start. Well, he was a little bit disappointing, but he's got that great profile of coming back from Saturday company to Wednesday company. We see horses perform well in that scenario. Who was a big winner there first up at Orange 1. Our Tishka looks your leader. We'll take running down from there. And Poker Jack has been met with some support as well. Now into $4.60. So it's on the tables on Extravagant Lad from Orange last start, but he is capable of better. We know that he's a horse that likes getting his toe in the ground, so conditions look to suit. But 2, 3, 1 and 4. Just a little late rally now for negotiations. Back into $2.70, Anthony.
In the back to 270, still the most popular runner. 60% of all bets are on negotiations here. Small field, obviously. Extravagant Lad touched 290, just back to $3. Clearly the second most popular runner, but negotiations holds 3 times more money compared to Extravagant Lad, despite there only being 30 cents between them. Poker Jack $4.80. Our Tishka's at $8. This is $7.850, and Kev's Girls the Roughy. So he's 270, and he's probably been a little easy in betting since you did your preview. But in terms of the whole, 60% of all bets is on negotiations. Here's Luke.
1,000 metres here, gates open and they're off and racing now. And Tishka began nicely and is punching up to lead Poker Jack on settling. Kev's Girl not far away. It's pushing up on the rails. Then This Is Heaven, who drifts back on the inside of Extravagant Lad, and the favourite's 3 lengths away last. And he's just being niggled at to stay with them at the moment, negotiations. He's a long way back here. Kev's Girl kicks through on the inside and leads. They go quickly up front. It shows out with a Tishka, Poker Jack, This Is Heaven, Extravagant Lad. And this favourite, he's 5 lengths off the second last horse. Around the home turn they come. Tishka and Kev's Girl lead Poker Jack, Extravagant Lad. And then This Is Heaven, negotiations. Something's not sweet there. He's further back now in the straight, and Tishka, Poker Jack together with Extravagant Lad looming on the outside. 100 metres to go. Poker Jack's hit the front. Extravagant Lad's coming late. This Is Heaven, but Poker Jack fights, kicks and wins. Poker Jack has won from Extravagant Lad. This Is Heaven, then Kev's Girl, Tishka. Oh, negotiations. He never travelled a yard.
And number 4, Poker Jack, Ben Osmond teaming up with Tash Burley, and he salutes here. $6.50 into $4.40 late there. $2.20 the place, $1.60 for the second horse, Extravagant Lad. So this is
To win, but he doesn't run forwards. And last start he led.
It just got gilded, PC. In last 2 weeks, it just got gilded, and they put it back on racing. They said that. Within last 3 weeks' time, it got gilded.
And again, this very, very consistent parade from this fellow who runs up week in, week out, looking really well and performing right up to that mark. He just needs that little bit of luck and he should get the job done.
Forty's horse, an interesting runner for the Courier Yard, made the trip.
Yeah, that was 3 weeks ago. Between that, it got gilded. That is 3 weeks ago. That is before gilding.
Last time, that's the trade that really brought him undone. Although he does have a hint to get brought on wet ground. When he has run his best races at Geelong and Terang, he's been able to roll forward and sort of get away with it. But I don't see that in current view with this 20.
I think it's well enough. I don't have a big profile on this fellow either, with him doing most of his racing out in the Western Districts, but he's been turned out in good order. He's lovely and fit. So you know that he ticks up.
Probably, PC.
Here by Ritzy, 20 by in the saddle led kept going at Geelong last time.
His preparation has been interesting. Off a long spell, he was good first up, flat second up, and then he really improved third up.
I would temper that by saying it was significant advantage. Richie 20 straight to Waterhouse and Adrian. He got drawn it out starting. He wants to ball a lot of the Waterhouse forced to do. Strike rates, okay. Last year, they were still on the benchmark 64, which I make it again. Just like the last time to do. Caulfield Australia is having its fourth run of preparation and it's getting close to that liberty form of the benchmark. Well, just hasn't seen 18
down in there as it's in the top side. He's going to walk down to the front throughout the break before we got the front on board. Fitness wise, it's right up to his level.
And Corona ladder last year through the sunrise here in the back on 16 bucks with every one by 10. It's pretty good. It's sport with the handicap at 1800. One but important late scratching at 12.55 offensive mark. And Jockey's Mountain is marking up the fourth grade over 1800 metres. It's hitting on well and just been beaten a length running fourth. If things fall his way in the run, he's capable of winning it.
He's great to rate. I think that he's been really well maintained between because I've seen him well prepared.
Caulfield Australia for reasonable Billy up to the hard darkness this afternoon. Fourth set and over the miles at Stormy and I got another full match. Corona back. Also needing to be on the side, let's say, absolutely. When the biggest bigger is cut back towards the inside, save a lot of ground. It's not about guys, not about racing one. Subsequently, it is a strong firm race for this. To test this fair, she's got 5 guidelines. Can she sustain a gallop at 1800 metres? She has one previously at 1700, but it was a lot softer race. She just fell in there. The concern that I've got is just whether she can get a suit at 14 or 1600 metres, but she must get a good run just.
It's interesting you mention that, Lucy. She's out of a deal there, and you'd think I can see why Putnam is wanting to try her again at this sort of distance range because pedigree-wise, height-wise, she would say that yes, this is what she's asking for. She looks fairly safe behind. It's a definite.
Archie Alexander brings Putnam back in trip and then back to town 5 weeks. You know what her pattern is. She'll get back, she'll sit in the rear of the field, but she gets it very lightly with 54.5 kilos. And if the pressure's on, she may be one of the horses looking to score this out of the line later.
Yeah, very consistent parade for this girl too. She's right at the top of her game. She's had that jump out to keep her right up to the mark. She's been racing very consistently all preparation. She's been showing out consistently again.
All right, BZ, that is the mountain yard for race number 4. It's a tick goes for 3 minutes through away. I'm leaning the way of Corona Lad, who was a good win here for Sydney, which is the last start over 1600 metres. Obviously, the rise is good, but it's the 1800 suits. Matt's to get a nice run from that inside draw. Caulfield Icon should be hitting the line strongly as well with Muppet. So I'm 2 to beat 8 and 10. Richie 20 is the favourite. I do think he's vulnerable in this race at the current price. Obviously, the chance could go forward, but I do think it's too short.
With the big boy blushing tycoon here, hopefully he can get the job done. I think he's been turned out really, really consistently. He's a lovely honest horse. He loves to own him more training. He just turns up week in, week out, looking the same, performing the same. Just needs that little bit of luck. Practice and tactics, I think, are going to be interesting in how much he gets taken on.
But 4.
That's it, but condition-wise, I thought that he's Scott's as good as I've seen him all prep. Falling nice on distance range is a query, but looks fantastic.
4 is the one which is through the rails. It's got everything. I'm gonna be out. Okay, 4 Caulfield. I'll put 4 coffee. With you, PC. Let's go. 4 each way. I would have been out actually.
Just probably the unbig life classes, I guess.
Keeping me up a little more while the weather's cooled off, mate. Corona Lad, he seems like such a nice natured horse, and he's been racing so well with preparation.
Yeah, very honest. It's a pleasure to take to the races each time. We pick this horse.
And the win last start must have been really satisfying for you and the team.
Yeah, it was a really good win. The sectionals were great. You know, I know they had a lot of moves over the track record, like the section was down, they were good. Today, Matt a little bit differently. He was keen. A little bit of a get back run on for the draw in. So he won't come out negative, but he won't fly out of the gate just because he's drawn one. I don't want to change his rate pattern, but there is quite a bit of speed. So I think that the lead will come out, help the final. So and then he's going to need a little bit of luck today. So maybe we've got the right one.
That 10 has a dedicated jockey. That 10 has a dedicated jockey on a 1800 meter. That's
We'll head up to Matty Hall Hill for Grandstand.
Amy, thank you very much. So they're just about right here. They start just a portion of this race on the course proper, and then they linked on to the Heath course as Goliotis and also Ritzy 20s are going to be the final two. Now Ritzy 20s, who is 320 to 290 on bookies, is taking another turn. Just wondering if there might be an issue with one of these. Jockey of Call Me an Icon, Ben Ballum, just standing on the petition here. So number 8, Call Me an Icon, being vetted. Call Me an Icon, the second favourites to undergo a vet's examination. Obviously just a little bit fractious in the scores. Super Stock standing patiently next door. A little trim up as well, $9 to $7.50. Now, in the meantime, Goliotis joins the line, and Ritzy 20s is also going to come forward for Bo Mertens, and we await on the ruling regarding Call Me an Icon, number 8. Tender just walking Call Me an Icon around, fourth up today. As we said, the other horse is standing very quietly indeed. Waiting patiently for this announcement. An Icon currently 380 on the total. Coming out. So it looks as though it's going to be coming out on veterinary advice here. He's coming through from Scales. Yeah. So Call Me an Icon.
8 is out.
211 on vet's advice. Thank you, Haley. So Call Me an Icon, number 8 comes out. 211 vet's advice. They just have to clear the track here. They'll bring Call Me an Icon back to the mounting enclosure so they can clear the way. You can put the pen through number 8, Call Me an Icon. Unfortunately, not starting today.
8 scratched.
So the field is now set. Track is clear. Favourite on the outside, the black jacket. They're ready. Set now and away, and Ritzy 20s on the outer, fired out with Goliotis. And Woody Force was also making them work early. Blushing Tycoon improves to 4th from Corona Lad. And they were followed by Muppet and Superstock last of the small group at the 1600 metres. Ritzy 20s crossed over and immediately threw the anchor out from Goliotis. Blushing Tycoon, Woody Force is 4th, the inside, it's Keen. They were followed by Muppet, about a length and 3/4 away, Corona Lad. And at the tail is Superstock as they climb the hill at the 1300 metres. Getting into its own rhythm, Ritzy 20s led by about a length and 3/4, Blushing Tycoon as they reached the back of the course. They were followed by Goliotis, third the rails. Fourth in the race is Muppet, about a length and a half away in the field of Woody's Force. And then came Superstock and Super the back to Corona Lap. Running off the top corner, approximately 9.50 out. Ritzy 20 being rated here. Blushing Tycoon getting a bit closer. Goliotis is third and fourth is Muppet. 2 lengths Superstock the outside of Woody's Horse and Corona Ladders at the end of the field at the 700 metres. Ritzy 20, the last start, the winner at Geelong, looking
for 2 on the bounce. Blushing Tycoon eyes it off though as they reach the 600 metres, and now it's getting serious as Blushing Tycoon tests the leader and runs on by. Blushing Tycoon, something's obviously amiss with this favourite. It's dropped out sharply. He'll be lucky to finish. Blushing Tycoon at the 400 metres put the foot down and raced clear about 3 lengths in front of Muppet Corona Lad. Goliotis and Super Stock. It's Blushing Tycoon. 200 metres to go. Into set sail for home about 2.5 lengths in front of Muppet Goliotis. Super Stock, Corona Lad, all in a line chasing Blushing Tycoon, who's getting weary at the 50, but it's got a good buffer. And Blushing Tycoon stole it. Blushing Tycoon is second in the race was Muppet Goliotis, third Super Stock, fourth from Corona Land, Woody's horse, and Richie, but he's obviously has got a miss and has been pulled up and will just walk over the line eventually. Blushing Tycoon, Craig Dewitt. Well, that's right in his wheelhouse. Craig Dewitt loves stealing a march on his opponents. Raced away, Blushing Tycoon. A horse who likes to go forward and sit up on the speed, make his own luck. He's pretty consistent too. That's win 4 at start 40, but he's been placed 12 times before this afternoon. And once there was some sort of issue with the favourite Ritzy's Weddings, Craig Dewitt seized the initiative and seized the race. Blushing Tycoon has raced away despite a betting drip, $7 out to $9.50. Blushing Tycoon, trained by Trent Busserton and Natalie Young.
Fabulous.
From Muppet second, number 10, Muppet Declan Bates for Archie Alexander. And we stand by for the other numbers after the running of race number 4. But as I mentioned, Craig Dewitt would have just sensed that something wasn't right with the favourite Ritzy 20s, who's just dropped out from about the 500 metres and has turned it into a sprint home. 150.94 the gallop, 4:10, 3 and 7. Goliotis third, Super Stock fourth, and Corona Lad fifth, 4:10, 3 and 7. Okay, horses return. What turned out to be quite a dramatic little fourth race on the program, with Dillinger being a late one earlier, and Call Me an Icon also coming out leading a field of 7. Let's hear now from that guy.
No, congratulations. It's been such a grand campaign, hasn't it? It's so consistent, particularly of late. But the wind's been a little bit elusive of late. It's like few starts, but able to get the duck out the way today. What impressed us about what we just said?
Across the line first, to be honest. It's been telling you it's the last couple of runs, he was ready to go, and then he's led and absorbed all the pressure, and he's just got run down late in those last few runs. But today he managed to relax and go into it, and really came back to high ball, which he's his favourite. Really kicked clear and nice rider, so nice to get a win for them. It's quite racing.
Tuna. 4, 10 and 1.
Caught a bit of a break on his opposition. Were you pretty confident he was always going to be pretty hard to beat from there?
I think so, just the way the track is today. November hit a Dutchman base, that's the leader horses.
4, 10, 3, 7.
So
So what happened is 4 was from the rails. It has the group races and all that. 6 was the favorite, but that is a bad idea. 4, and then so this is 59 6, okay, 59 6. Then I thought it'll get because it had a dedicated jockey, but that's 54 6 6 6, and then the 3 came in from 60 to 17, and 7 came in from 57 plus the physics, and that it had the physics, so that came in. That happened. This is the problem. We needed a race like this. We needed a ground like this to understand what they've done with the changes that they've made. There are changes that has been made. It was not like this 2 months ago, but now it is like this. So I'll make the changes for the season. So winter is different. Three, four, 7, and 9 has been scratched from the fifth one. 2, 5, 10, and 6. Big bet for Warwick Farm. Lee, welcome back, Lee.
I didn't begin very well, but I wanted to hold a prominent spot, which is sort of why I took the try.
Yeah, it's a way better track than yesterday, Lee.
To get to where
Caulfield
I was,
is
so,
much better.
took the punt and just thought I'd get the split and straight, which happened. She's a nice filly. Can't wait to see what she can do over a bit further. Absolutely, I'm sure she's on a Roses Oaks probably par. What I really liked is she's sort of one of those sleepy horses. Looks like they're sort of not doing much, and you gave her a wake up. And she all of a sudden had that dash. It's a great sign heading forward to further ground. Absolutely, I love those horses. So yeah, looking forward to her getting out over a trip and see what we can do. You riding the other one on Saturday? Blair Awesome, the one that beat this filly last start? I'm not sure. Depends what the boss has done. We'll have a look. There's probably a jockey on now. Well done. Good on you, Bert. All right, there is Andrew Mallion. Mr. Farm and Eclair Encore takes out race 4. Beats 6, 2 and 4. They've run home in 35.83 with a total of 151.29. So we come back to you, Anthony.
Thanks very much for that, Anthony. Yes, first leg of the quarter here, race number 5, and Monarch's Praise, the first horse we look at. Ben Osmond to claim 2 for Chris Fuller.
Just comes down to how forward he is first up. So he was a first up winner over the mile last campaign, but he does normally trial twice. He's only had the one trial this time back, albeit he is 10 weeks between runs, so maybe there is some residual fitness. So this is right grade of race and the right style of race, and I do think he can slide across without doing too much work and put himself on top of the speed.
Yeah, trying to dissect all of that form on paper, I actually wasn't sure what to expect coming into the yard here. He parades nicely. He's got a nice colour running through his coat. He is getting a little bit warm just under the saddle where the girth is under his stomach, but he's moving nicely. Fitness-wise, he doesn't seem to be carrying any podge whatsoever. He seems like he's maintained his muscle.
2, Rattle and Hum. Jace McMurray to claim 3 for Michael Friedman.
He was ridden with cover at Canterbury last start, just couldn't quicken late over the 1550, went 4th behind our Empress Zoe. So that was an improvement in terms of what we saw from him first up, so he does look to be trending the right way. I do need to see him again though, staying at the mile 3rd up, so his best run last campaign was over a staying trip.
This horse has actually caught my eye in the yard, and again, being the type that you'd probably prefer over a little bit of a distance, I wasn't necessarily expecting him to do so, but he's got a lovely rich colour running through his coat. He's walking along nicely. He seems chill as.
For our Empress Zoe for Pricing Kent Jr. and Chad Schofield on board.
She landed good bets when winning at Canterbury last start to break a run of outs. Scratch from last Wednesday on a wet track. She is a dead set dry tracker, so the favourite's still on a soft 6. Probably isn't great for her chances. She would have been hoping maybe for a soft 5. That said, she's full of confidence now. She maps well. Didn't look a deep race she won 2 weeks ago, but you can only win, and that's exactly what she did.
She seems to want to get on with the job. She's got a quick, choppy stride, and the strapper's doing a good job to just try and keep her calm and just moving along fluidly. She's having a little look around, but she's not at all silly, and she's not sweating up.
C4, the 5, the second of the Waller runners, and Nash Rilla to ride, $6.50, got up to $7, back into $5.50 now.
She stuck on okay behind our Empress Zoe last start. Was an on-speed dominated race, so a little excuse there, and her history does suggest that she does improve sharply with a run under her belt. So the second up looks to suit here. Soft gate, albeit she does have 3 lengths to turn around on our Empress Zoe.
She's really nice. She's fit. She's getting a little bit warm between the legs, but she's not sweating up too badly at all. She's walking around. She's taking everything in. She's having a little play with the bit there, which is quite sweet. I think she's just ready to get on with the job, but movement-wise, she moves really fluidly. She's a nice big type. She looks really good from the yard.
Cigaria Rock is our next runner, the third of the Waller runners, $2.50 and $2.30. James McDonald to ride, horse number 7.
Didn't finish off as expected there in the Frank Packer plate last start. That was out to the 2,000 metres. Didn't have any obvious excuse. He settled 1 out, 1 back and had his chance. So back in grade, back to the mile. James McDonald rides. He does look well found. I do like horses back in grade, but $2.30 seems touch skinny.
I mean, I'm not surprised this runner is the favourite with the way that he is parading. He's full type. There's absolutely no doubting that. He's got a nice shine through his coat. He's not getting too warm, a little bit behind the legs, a little bit under the girth, but he's not necessarily, although he's getting warm, he's not expelling any extra energy, which is what we want to see.
Natural deduction, the 8 and a rover. Claims 2, John O'Shea, Tom Charlton.
You'd think he'd improve with the run here, so yet to fire first up in 3 previous campaigns, improving second up in the past, and you have to make the same case again here, particularly given that he has 55 weeks between runs. So I do like him kicking off over the 1,600 metres, and he did find the line okay for a long way back in his most recent Randwick trial.
Fitness-wise, he definitely has plenty of that, but I do think he is very keen to get on with the job. He's playing with the bit, he's making a little bit of a noise with it, bless him, and he is warm underneath the legs and around the stomach. I think he's just so keen to get on out there. Himself and the next horse, which we'll touch on in a minute, were getting a little bit up on their toes. I think they've spotted the jockeys all coming out and having a chat, and they've just got a bit of a pep in their step.
Okay, Hoko is the 9, Tom Sherry, Cole Prosser.
He's racing really well this time back, so he's holding his form. He was good in Queensland last start behind Jumeirah Beach. That was at Doomben, and the winner has since come out and franked that form by winning a midway there on Saturday at Hawkesbury. So it was no match for the winner late there, but held pretty comfortably, and his only recent failure was on a heavy track in a country championship qualifier. Handles it soft, just not heavy, so that's a tick today.
Well, he's another one who's definitely not lacking fitness. He's just settled he's come down the outside. As I say, that he gets back up on his toes. So we just want him to try and keep it all together.
Star Impact is number 10, Ash Morgan, Mark Minovini.
If there's a blowout, I do think it is this mare on the quick turnaround. So we know she handles all ground. She likes her wet, so wet track back up. Typically, you can score horses up with that profile. Never really looked to travel last start at Canterbury behind an all-the-way winner in no drama, but he had his rivals often chasing a long way home, and I thought she was okay through the line. So 4th up now, she looks about just ready to fire.
Yeah, she's definitely got that fitness coming through. She's got a nice coat on her. I definitely can't knock her from the yard.
Colours of Autumn, the 11, Tyler Schiller, Brad Witter.
Blinkers off first time, was eased out of the race when it became evident she wasn't handling the heavy track there at Newcastle last start. That was her first go on heavy ground, and I dare suggest it might be her last. So a soft seems to be okay, and do respect that she jumped $5.50 last start.
She's getting a little bit warm in the yard, but I do think that sometimes with these horses that aren't trained directly in the Sydney city and they are in a smidge of a colder climate, they do tend to get that winter coat through a little bit quicker. So then when you bring them on to days like this, where it's a bit sunny, they do struggle. So I don't think it's necessarily a knock on her. I think it's circumstances.
12, Flying from Above, Adam Hieronymus, Ed Cummings.
Yeah, so a late gear change came through for this horse. Will carry a tongue tie first time. So his run at Newcastle last time was probably better than it reads on paper. So he was 5 weeks between runs. It was on a heavy track. It was back in trip, and he did get a little tight in there in the straight. So out to the mile looks to suit here. His only previous try at this journey was at Group 2 level behind the likes of Lazura and Wonderboy.
He's surprised me in the yard, actually. He's really caught my eye. He's got a really lovely deep chest. He's nicely balanced. He is getting a little bit warm, but I mean, at this point, which one of them isn't? He's walking along nicely. He seems to be a nice type.
And the last of the Waller runners is Little Genie, number 13, breaks not to claim 2.
Change of tactics to settle further forward. So her record tells you she's hard to catch. 1 win from 14 starts. So a frustrating mare in that regard, tends to get back and hit the line, but I do like that little change up, put her into the race, 3rd up mile. It's a nice scenario for her to repeat her best.
She's
Best of luck, Tuna.
on, and that is clearly the tick to her. She's just stopped and had a little look. Coat looks good, walking out nicely, can't knock her.
Okay, Kirsten, who do you like from the yard?
Seafall on top for me. She just looks like she's come through her previous runs so well. She's probably one of the fitter looking ones in the yard. Wasn't worried about the slightly warmer temperature. She looks really good.
Late mile numbers 13, 4, 7 and 10. I'm with Little Genie. I know her record isn't inspiring, but 3rd up, 1,600 metres, to be ridden closer. In a race that does look to have plenty of chances, I think she gets the right setup to run up to her best. So Danger's our Empress Zoe. At least she comes into this a last start winner.
would have liked a track upgrade on her, hence why she's a touch soft in betting, but she should get the right run here with Chad. It's sticking. It's Cigaria Rock. My only knock there was that he was so well found, so he's just getting out now to $2.70. He's probably more of a $3 chance than a $2.30 chance, and you might get that the way this market is trending. Hard enough to beat, but I don't think his original price did this race justice, because as I say, there's a lot of chances right down the page, and I thought if there's an absolute blowout, there could be star impact here. So she's the rank outsider to this point, but I like her on the quick turnaround. She never really got the chance to travel there at Canterbury last start, behind it all the way winner. So a different setup here, fourth up, another wet track. Don't be surprised to see her run a cheeky race and getting $34 to find out. So 13, 4, 7 and 10 here, Anthony.
Korea Rock, just a little soft, got into as short as $2.25, just back out to $2.70. Still quite popular, holding about 45% of all bets, but the tab traders are just risking it at the end. Seafall's been the big firmer here, Brad, as much as $6.50 earlier today after scratchings, and now $3.70. So big firm on C4 was $5 about 5 minutes ago, it seemed. Then we've got Little Genie at $5.50 and our Empress Zoe's at $8, Cummins Fordham's at $16. So Cigaria Rock $2.90 now, they're taking it on. C4 best back to beat it. Here's Luke.
Owie. Final one to load here will be Kehoko. So Kehoko walks up, ready for race 5. Set Warwick Farm. And they're racing now. Sigeria Rock, the favourite, was about centre field to begin. Seafall jumped okay, is going to take a trail. Kehoko away well, looks for the lead. Star Impact, Rattle and Hum also up there, and our Empress Zoe getting underneath them. Seafall's the next runner on the inside of Sigeria Rock. 3 wide at the moment, flying from above, looking for a spot. Colours of Autumn's getting back with Little Genie between runners, then Natural Deduction, and on the outside is Monarch's Bray. Down the back they go, and our Empress Zoe kicks through now to lead at the 1,000. Half a length in front of Kehoko and Rattle and Hum. Star Impact on the inside, 4th, followed by Sigeria Rock. Seafall just getting a little keen, has to be steady there on the inside. Flying from above 3 deep at the 750 from Little Genie, Monarch's Bray, Colours of Autumn. And Natural Deduction still lacked the ball. 600 metres to go, our Empress Zoe. 1 length in front of Kehoko. Star Impact on the inside, followed by Rattle and Hum. Sigeria Rock's had a good run in the race. It's held together, coming around the home turn, about to go now. Then C4 Little Genie coming around the turn. Our Empress Zoe, 300 metres to go, shows the way from Kehoko. Sigeria Rock coming into it, just brushed slightly there with Rattle and Hum. And Little Genie's to the outside. 250 metres to go. Our Empress Zoe. Sigeria Rock. Seafall coming around heels near the inside. And Little Genie keeps running on. But Seafall bursts through. Goes after our Empress Zoe. And Seafall. Nice ride there by Nash. Seafall comes through to win from our Empress Zoe. Good go for 3rd. Sigeria Rock just a bit one pace is there with Little Genie. Star Impact. Behind those horses was, as they pull up, Natural Deduction, Rattle and Hum. Monarch's Bray is further back, and one of the last flying from above is Kehoko.
Number 5, C4. There was really good money for her late, and the money was absolutely spot on.
5. Right, this is the 5th one. If we look through the odds, that's 2, 5, 10 and 6. If we look through the rails, that's 2, 5, 10 and 6. That's how it stands. That 2 is the favorite. The 2 is the linear, which is a 245. Beating a 245, I don't know. Is it possible? But there's a problem. There's a problem with 2. First problem is the jockey is neutral. It's a neutral jockey. We have seen neutral horses. This is a neutral horse. They don't win, get a place. Here, it's a neutral jock. That's that. Okay. That's the first problem. The second problem is from 59, it is 81, 59.5. The 5 is from 58.5, it's half. 1 kilo difference is putting it at half. Ten is the second linear. And that's 56, 57. Plus then like that. 6 is 57.5 is turning out to be 5. This is the largest outer drift. This is the largest outer drift. And this is the largest inner drift. Okay. 60, 21. That's gate number 8. It's a 4-year-old mare. It's in all okay hand. It's better than this hand actually. So 2 is the favorite. It's a 245. The last season, beating a 245 is very difficult. Having said that, the problem is the jockey. The jockey has been set neutral. Five has one of the best jockeys, hands down. 5 has one of the best jockeys. And it is turning out to be 39. Then it is this. It also has the physics within the rails. 1 is the largest inner. It is not here. Within the rails, but that doesn't have to be within the rails. It's a physics. It'll do the job on its own. It generally does. So yeah, 2 is the favorite. That's the linear. But the jockey is neutral. It's a 245. A 245 is a 245, which is a very good horse. But that's the problem. That is also a problem. And that is a bigger problem. This is in good hands. This is probably the best hands here. The 5. We'll take a look at the horses at the paddock and see what's going on. Big bet 6 Caulfield. Yup, 6 is looking good, but the 5 is also there. The 6 is looking good, but the 5 is also there. The 6 has a lot of physics, PC. The 6 has a lot of physics.
Country grassroots racing like that, especially picnics, are always such good days out, aren't they?
Five is a danger. 5 is a danger, you see. Five and 6 getting together. I mean, I am very
Got another couple of runners for the
10 is difficult. Lead 10 is difficult. 10 looks difficult. The question is, will the 2 deliver? Because the 2 is in trouble. The first problem is the first devil is the 2.
Fantastic, Amy.
It's the linear, it is the favorite. The second scene is the linear is in trouble.
Today after being placed behind a couple of decent horses its last two.
It's between probably 5 and 6. It's between 5 and 6. 6 has a lot of physics.
Here at 70 level of midweek. So Anthony
39, 57. 6 has a lot of physics.
You can't not plug shit with 2 winners already on the board today. Moving into the stall, Just Glamorous is the first one along. Speaking of those fields on the weekend, it's a good cloud of racing with teams of the Next Generation Series and also the Mahogany Series here on Saturday.
10 is difficult.
Over the mile, the benchmark 100 metre contest is an interesting affair.
I don't know, this is absolutely new. 5. Even I like the 5. 5 is in better hand.
Forward, Love Your Mama is about to come.
The 6 has the physics. It's between 5 and 6, probably. Let's see.
50. Monkeys at 350. Just Glamorous 430. Love Your Mama at 970. Chris Winslet forward with the barrier blanket, and a lope is going to be the last. 1,600 metres here on the heath. First leg of the quaddy, so good luck if you're having a try this afternoon. So a lope to the final one.
I don't know if that it's very losing the 2 is going to be something that we gotta watch. 5.
Beat them out with a loped out wider on the course. So Anthony's in the light blue behind them from Love Your Mama. And then came Biscuits with a charming deal as they reached the 1,300 metres. Just Glamorous holding its position will lead a lope to their 2 lengths in front. On changing colours as the rain sweeps across Caulfield again. 3 lengths away is Biscuits next on the inside of Surmantes, followed by Charming Deal and Love Your Mama. Towards the top of the hill and the 1,000 mark. Just Glamorous in front by a length to a lope. 2 further back is changing colours.
Bishin, come on, baby. Come on.
To the 800 metres. Just Glamorous is the leader. It's been a neutral speed from a lope, and they're about a length and 3/4 changing colours. Every hope. A length away in the field.
That 11 is a 7-year-old mare.
Love Your Mama as they reach the 500 metres.
No. It's okay.
Flat spot, changing colour, still 3 off the leader. Followed by Miss Winslet Suwan.
And we had to get a reference on what exactly is happening. There comes the 2. Come on, baby. Come on, baby. Come on, baby. No. 5. 5 and 2, baby. 5. 5. Five and 2.
Wow, changing colours had its chance, but it's been lifted. Just Glamorous by Blake Shen, who gets the 3.
5 and 2. Yes.
Just Glamorous, number 5.
Man, this is what a fight. Yeah, I mean, see, it's a linear, all right? It's a linear, but the problem is there. I'll show you the problem. 5, 2, 5. Easy.
Number 5 had worry changing colours out of him, who had every chance. It's a little bit way.
It did. I mean, see if this was like during the months of August, September, October, you can't beat that. You can't beat that too.
5, 2, 10 and 11. 5, 2, 10 and 11. 135.
5, 2, 10 and 11.
Successful. 5, 2, 10 and 11. Race 5 4. So a good race. But hard to beat, isn't he? Blake Shin have at the moment. What a magnificent rider he is. He rides the favourite in the next in Queen Katrina, and he also rides the favourite in the last Grand Last. Eloise Phillips from the David Dow and Timmy Aikman.
Eloise, congratulations. If you take last start out of the equation, she's put together a really, really good press. Gee, she looks hard to get past.
Yeah, it looks amazing too. You know, that run of the Chuka she just threw their retreat, so to drop it back.
A long hit by three and three quarters. Long hit by it's like the 100 metre mark when the favourite changing colours looped up and hooked them. Have you got the price just about?
I thought we should have had Lincoln.
6 distracted. No, the 6, I'll show you what's going on. So what happened basically is, see, the 2 is a fabulous horse, all right? There's no doubt. I mean, no disrespect. That's a fantastic horse. That's there. It's a 245. You can't, it's very difficult to beat a 245. But what is happening in this season, this particular season, I will, maybe sometime during the races, I'll pull up the other races that we did during the month of August, September, during that time, even December, Randwick and Flemington races. Here, they do this. They put the jockeys on neutral, right? They put the jockeys on neutral. Now, these jockeys cannot win. It's the same thing as a neutral horse. They cannot. They will seldom win. A neutral horse will seldom win. It needs a lot of other factors for a neutral horse to win. But a neutral jockey is a problem. So this is a good horse, but the jockey is neutral. The 5 had 2 advantage. One was that it was, if you compare the pressure point and the source, so 59.5 is actually pulling up to 81. And 58.5, which is just 1 kilo, is dropping it down to 50% of this. So definitely it has an edge. Plus, it is in good hands. And the jockey is not neutral. It's probably the best jockey. Mm. 1910 scratched from the 6th. Six, 5, 12, and 2. Eagle Farm.
Coast
That's right.
has held the Hollandale Stakes meeting back to its rightful spot at the Gold Coast.
It's always such a marvellous meeting. It's the gateway, isn't it, into the 10,000 the next
Yeah, well,
week.
there's 6 stakes races, so
Yeah.
there's a lot up for grabs there. So they are predicting 10 mules, fine all week, but Saturday and Friday, a few showers on the coast.
It's really annoying, isn't it?
It's couldn't wait until Sunday. Anyway, it may not happen, but if it does, we're probably going to be looking at, I think it was a soft 5 or 6 today, Gold Coast, probably holding at that range.
Right. I think talking to Ross Smith, track manager here at the BRC, he's saying long-term weather forecast sort of say middle of May, going away.
Well, that's just in time for big races.
Yeah, so I don't know. Maybe could be wet, perhaps, and then after that, hopefully it goes away. But hopefully we don't get too much anyway. All right, let's get to Anthony for a quick market update.
Okay, points not out 310 on tap fixed odds. That's about as short as he has been throughout betting. Was second favourite early when you started your preview, and now clear favourite. Whereas Show OU's been very soft. This was short as around 350. Even earlier, even shorter than that earlier today. Now $4.20, and clearly more money on Boys Not Out. Aquateri's at $5, Smart's at $7. Got 5 times more money on Boys Not Out compared to Cho OU, who's very, very soft. So all the money's clearly with the 3. Here's David.
7. They're moving in well. Up goes Patmos Island. That leaves Tofu, Tip and Aquateria as the last 2 to move in. Then the starter will be in a position to dispatch the field in the 5th race today. This race going to a clear encore, a filly trained by Chris Lees, ridden by Andrew Mannion. We've had 4 races and 2 jockeys have won 4 of them. Andrew Mannion and Ryan Maloney. Red light on now. Starter Mr. Hurley has the button. Set to see them break in the 5th. Racing. They came out at 6s and 7s. Kind Wish and Good Lieutenant were the first 2 to go. Typhoon Tip's got speed. Patmos Island, John Welly's 4th away. And Cho AU will settle 5th down on the rail. And right behind him, that's the favourite Boys Not Out. So the top pair in betting running 5th and 6th the first call. Then 1 for Wather, followed by Yellow Hammer. Getting a long way back, Smart with this Cherry and Aquateri off the wide gate and stuck back to the tail. They head down towards the back bend with just over 1,000 metres left to run. And Good Lieutenant, he does it well up front, leads by 1 length to Patmos Island. Typhoon Tips in a good 3rd, 1 for Wazza. He's covering ground off the track 3 deep, and Cho OU just chugging along 5th on the rail. Kind Wish the centre. And Boys Not Out now finds himself 3 wide in the middle path as they went by the 800 metres. They're followed then by Miss Cherry inside of Yellow Hammer. Behind that pair, Smart and Aquateria's last, but no more than 5 off the lead. They're fairly tightly bunched, 600 left to run. Good Lieutenant joined firstly by Patmos Island, and 1 for Wazza the Boulder comes scoring 3 wide. Typhoon Tip just behind them, and Boys Not Out to be pretty dangerous on the bend. About to come 4 and 5 wide. Cho OU sticks to the inside. Then there's Chenery, Kind Wish, Yellow Hammer running on odds. Then Aquateri the widest, and Smart. A few of the chance here where Boys Not Out now forged to a clear lead. Aquateri is going to be a danger on the outside. Oh, he's going to be a real danger. Boys Not Out in front, open briefly. Aquateri went to him, went by him. Boys Not Out fights on, but Aquateri a little too good. A good performance first up. Aquateri beat home Boys Not Out. Photo 3rd, Smart possibly from Miss Chenery. Again, Cho OU, Kind Wish, Good Lieutenant. Then Yellow Hammer, well back was Patmos Island, Typhoon Tip, and 1 was up last home.
Good effort since December, mid-December. This horse's first up 1,600, chimed in at the 200 metres mark, and it's run down the Liberty back favourite, Boys Night Out. Now 3rd, you can see Smart on the outside, turning his head, and that might be costly. He's dead set got his head turned, which has cost him an inch, and the other horse there, Miss Chenery, on the inside of him. So pretty tight for 3rd, but that's Talia Fenlon claiming 2 kilos for Annabelle and Rob on Aquateri. Last time we saw him here, he almost got up, carrying 62 kilos back in December before he went for a spell. He had a nice tick over trial the other day, running second to Jealous. So that sort of enhances Jealous's form lines for later today. And he's won a pretty crazy.
Bad luck, PC.
So with his rating, he might get a few points if he wins it.
Jockey and trainer, that doesn't it?
Right, this is the 6th one at Caulfield. If we look through the odds, it's 6-5, 12 and 2, right? We look through the rails, that's what it looks like. 6-5, 12 and 2. These are within the rails. The 2 is not within the rails. The 6 is the linear. The 6 is the linear. That's got the highest pressure. So now the problem this one has one of the best jockeys. It's the best hands. We want to take a chance. This is the best hand. This is the linear. This is the best jockey. And what else is there? This is also the best in terms of performance. There's no doubt. But there's always a but. This is 66. 5 is coming from 59 to 27. 12 is coming from 59 to 11. And 2 is coming from 65.5 to 4. Actually, that's not the only stuff. It's not the only stuff. The other stuff is here. The way they have been placed. So and this is the inaccuracy on the body weight. So there's an inaccuracy on EBW. So we're not sure if that's right. It's a 1200 meter, you need the pressure, that's definite. But where that pressure is coming from is here. So 5 and 6, they're both carrying the same weight. This is 66, this is 27. They're moderately in good hands, and both of them are within the rails. And 12 doesn't have performance plus that. 5 and 6. Which one? This is a neutral jockey, so 5 is not happening. 6 is 2. 12 doesn't have performance. 2 is inaccuracy. 6 is that. Here 8 is the largest inner. All right, 8 is the largest inner. 25. Here is another one. 7. The jockey is absolutely not one of the greatest. 13 is again neutral. 8. 8 has a good jockey. 23. So this is 66. This is 23. 11. 5 neutral. 6. I like the 5, but the 5 is neutral. The 6 is the only option. It's linear. They don't have performance. This is management problem. This is not a management problem, but that is a problem. $59, 23, 25, 59.5. This is also one of the best jockeys, okay? This is also one of the best jockeys. 6, 11. Jocks. They're also tailing 6. I'm not very sure about 6. Not very sure about 6. Will it win? Five, the jock's neutral. Six will win. 6 is a linear. It's a 301 without a problem with one of the best jockeys. Right. We'll see what 6 is. PC on Warwick Farm. It's racing.
Thanks, Luke. Best of luck.
Thanks, Shani.
Okay, Kirsten, who did you find?
Segue for me, Shani, because it is Dame Commander on top. She just really caught my eye with how forward and fit she's looking. The coat looks good. My only question mark was that she was getting a little bit up on her toes, but I'm really hoping that now Rachel King's on board and they're up to the barriers that she'll settle nicely.
Female numbers 5, 7, 9 and 10. These two favourites hard enough to beat, but I thought they were way too short in betting. So I've gone the way of Villosaurus. He's a little bit easy in betting, which is a touch of a concern, but I think he gets his chance to measure up here in town, and you're getting the right price to find out. Mr. Kipchoge, his record doesn't inspire confidence, but third up now, no excuses, albeit back in trip. Dame Commander can roll forward, make her own luck back in grade, and 10 sounds unusual goes in as the fourth pick. But as far as the betting moves go here, Anthony, the story looks to be around Lennox, this import who has been met with good support since this morning.
As much as $21 and half that price now is $10 in terms of the overall holdovers. There's others that have got sort of far more invested on them. Dame Commander and Mr. Kipchoge were near enough to equal favourites when you guys started your preview this morning. I can tell you there's double the amount of money on Dame Commander compared to Mr. Kipchoge, despite there being only 40 cents between them. Lennox into $9 and Villosaurus, well, we're happy to lay Villosaurus. Villosaurus holds double the amount of money compared to Lennox, but he's been easy. So we're letting you on Villosaurus at $13. Dame Commander, certainly best back of the main two. And you mentioned Lennox, who's had a firm. Let's get the loop.
Moves forward with Sun Source. Spirit of Gaylord about to come in, and now the mighty Mr. Kipchoge goes up into the stalls. He's got James McDonald on his back today. See if J-Mac can unlock the winning key with Mr. Kipchoge. So Sound and Vision goes forward. And now Sun Source will complete the line for race number 6 here. Starter has them. They're ready at Warwick Farm. Off this time. Mr. Kipchoge got an even start. Dame Commander was the first out. She led beautifully and is controlling the race early stages. Autumn Nation.
Azhar, welcome back, Azhar.
Up there. When they settle down just behind them, Auntie Ren fifth on the rails. Next two laps, two sounds unusual. Southern Field up and under on the inside. Improving there is Sun Source trying to get one off. Mr. Kipchoge drifting back. Villosaurus fought 3 wide is marching forward. Then came Spirit of Gaylord, Montfelicity, and 2 lengths last of all Sound and Vision. Up to the 900 they go, and High Dandy rolled to the front. High Dandy goes clear by a length and a half. Autumn Nation. Dame Commander gets a nice trip in third on the inside of Lennox. Then came Auntie Ren at the 800 metres, followed by Villosaurus. On the inside, Sounds Unusual. Mr. Kipchoge up and under, followed by Spirit of Gaylord. Then came Montfelicity, and 3 lengths away last of all Sound and Vision. Gee, they're strung out here coming up to the home turn where High Dandy led. At the 400 metres, he's a half Autumn Nation. Dame Commander looks to be going well behind, just looking for the passage through. Lennox is next from Auntie Ren, and Mr. Kipchoge is back behind those. In the straight, Autumn Nation, High Dandy. Dame Commander's up the inside and trying to get a run as Sounds Unusual. He's bullocking into the clear. At the 150, Dame Commander hit the lead. Out wide, Sounds Unusual. Mr. Kipchoge back behind him. Dame Commander, Sounds Unusual. Dame Commander gripping on. Yep, she got there. Dame Commander just from Sounds Unusual. A nice return. Mr. Kipchoge, a typical run. Back behind them, up and under. Then came Autumn Nation, High Dandy. Further back in the field was Sun Source. Then Villosaurus. Spirit of Gaylord, Auntie Ren, Montfelicity, Sound and Vision.
Number 9, Dame
David was in a good mate behind Autumn, which was very solid. She was quick on that occasion, just right on the post. She was given a decent field the last time.
5 is tailed. 6 is okay.
Nice, Willie, very well prepared, doesn't carry any excess weight, no condition, and coat is spot on.
I think 6 is a force win here. 7 is also getting tailed.
Benchmark 58.
I think 6 is a force win.
stronger race, 1200. So I do think the task is
Yeah, good luck to Connections. I'm sure it's a thrill for her to be here today. Followed up really well. She does need to keep on improving.
There's no other chance. I don't
Jack Noonan in this
know.
has got a good definitive skill. Two excuses with her last start. I think she raced well, and her performance was basically where she started. And I do think she needs to lift off that if she's going to win. So I think there's more depth in this race.
I think it's a really big race, and I think that's fair. She presented really well.
Started a very short run, passing 9 and 10 around, and then it is Bill Winchuri up the straightaway out of the course. A stablemate of the tracks. Legacy way, but now I'm showing second line. She took it back on the last time.
Probably. Is she?
That's like interesting running, but Greg, you're out really well in first up. He's back a little bit off the boil since then. I think with these feelings, what she doesn't do herself any favours. That puts her back in the field, and as a result, she's negative up. Because she has been tested retrograde the first from the start. She got into place into the stakes race, so she can mix her form from that inside draw. She might just get a soft run in behind her. Look for her to hit quite strong.
Quite a good power for this filly. She's got plenty of substance. I think that she's very similar to a couple of these other horses. She needs to keep on progressing in what I think is a really tough race. Defence turned around very well.
All right, BZ, that's the bounty yard for race number 6. Let's bounce back in. What are we doing? Obviously, it's value. The market's really good big time. Much more than $4. Earlier in betting, she's now $4 and $3.40. Looks like she's done a fair bit of work for this. I like the draw. She can go forward. Nice use of the frame. Here with 3 kilos on. Probably upright. And given the way that she has tried, I think there's a lot of company races choice. I think it's South America. It's number 6. It's quite quick. The scarf is one from back. Chance for 5 and 6.
I tend to agree with you there, BC. I've got the 5 on top. Just ahead of Queen Katrina. I don't think that there's much between these two fillies. They both present extremely well. Sucking the two-star filly, I say that every single time, but happy to have Legacy Bay on top. She's got a good bit of quality about her, and I feel like she's done plenty of work for this. Marble Point's another one. I don't know where she's
56.
but she's definitely progressing in the right way. And she was awesome on debut at Sandown recently, but I think this is a really good quality race, and it's anyone's recommendation.
Yeah, that is through the rails. It'll get a place, PC. 12 will get a place. It is through the rails.
Nice to see you, Greg. You've got a Scarpa here looking very well. She's a bit of a busy field, but pretty typical parade for her.
Yeah, absolutely. You're right.
I think 6 is what the fish is that. That's 3.
Race day, and it's sort of, it sort of became just
It's a grey 1600 meter 3.
And hopefully she picks the wind up.
She can be a little bit slow away. What's the pattern going to be like here? How do you see it working out for her?
Yeah, it'll be interesting. She just, if she begins too well, then she gets up on the bottom. She sees daylight. She puts herself in the zone. We sort of, need to be in the middle with her. He's sort of, you know, it's just an awkward position with her that you'd like to see her in. But ideally, she sort of goes up about midfield. Get a bit of cover for the running of
She's a little bit of a Goldilocks, isn't it? You need everything just right for her and then it not come together.
No, that's exactly right. And if it does, you know, it works well, but you're right, it's sort of the whole just thrown into play.
Hopefully that does for you today. Best of luck to you, Greg. Danny Paul, over to you.
Amy, thank you very much. Getting set well here for the running of this 3-year-old. There's some focus bonuses thrown in for good measure as well. So it's a very competitive race, completely different to what the tote says. Legacy Grey is $4 into 3.10, clearly ahead now of Queen Katrina at 4.20. Now, Witchery is in the stalls. Legacy Bay joins them with a Scarpa. Mrs. Swift is the next one along. They come along pretty quickly down there at the 1200 metre.
The 12 is good. The 12 is good.
CRP, the camera's right on the spot down there. There's Zenolin going into the gate. Zenolin is forward and Star of Ida is going to be the final one with Jada Kennedy. Just Glamorous taking the first leg of the quaddie. And the 3-year-old fillies are ready, race 6. Set to go. Racing, Legacy Bay, the favourite from barrier number 3 away pretty well. With also Miss Swift. Dasher isn't too far away. Settled in out wide, and also Queen Katrina jumped away well. As they head towards the heat course, it's Miss Swift, Queen Katrina wide, and Settled in, and then Legacy Bay behind those. Followed by Asherton, Star of Ida, wider to the back, Witchery. A length and a half reasonable pointers back there with also Marble Point and a Scarpa. Queen Katrina not being rushed over, couldn't quite get to the rails, but still leads the race outright. 600 metres to go by a length, Miss Swift, Star of Ida, followed by Zenolin for Witchery. A length away, Asherton on the inside from Legacy Bay, shown the Persuader to improve, and then a Scarpa, reasonable point, and Marble Point. They run the corner. It's Miss Swift on the inside and Queen Katrina at the 350. Then came Zenolin on the outside. Legacy Bay with Witchery behind them. Reasonable point running on towards the inside, and then came a Scarpa. Miss Swift kicked away at the 200 metres, put a good 2 or 3 lengths.
12.
Bay and reasonable point. Still Miss Swift, 50 metres to go. Starting to paddle late, but she's going to do enough. Miss Swift too fast for one from Zenolin or Legacy Bay, and they were followed by out wider on the course, Marble Point.
12.
Next in the field for Witchery, reasonable point, and then came towards the inside of those runners, Asherton. Then came a Scarpa, Queen Katrina knocked up, and Star of Ida. Miss Swift's Tom Preble. Swift.
Beautiful.
Number 2. Tom Preble for Danny O'Brien.
Please.
Put 2 on the bounce. When he gets
No, it is 2. Sorry, not 12.
and
2.
just made sure that Queen Katrina was working on her outside.
2.
That may have even given her some sort of cover. But she's just...
Yeah.
All of a sudden at the 250, she stole a march on them. She's got to turn a foot and she's put them away. Windy conditions here. Miss Swift. Tom Preble for Danny O'Brien. Comprehensive display. Tommy Preble wielding the whip in the right hand, just encouraging this filly. And she was getting a little bit tired late, but she was entitled to running into that wind. Now it'll be for Witchery in a photo, is it? No, Zenolin. Zenolin will get the second ahead of Legacy Bay and then be Witchery. So it's 285.11, 285.11. Zenolin second, Jake Burton for Leon, and Troy Corstons, Will Larkin. Legacy Bay third, Luke Cartwright, Peter Moody, Catherine Coleman, and Big Witchery, Ben Allen for the Corstons, Larkin yard 285.11. 285.11, 1 leg by ahead, they've got 111 flat for race number 6. All right, so that's a good, strong win. I'm sure Danny O'Brien's pretty happy with that. He's down the tip.
Thank you, Matt. Danny, congratulations. I remember you saying after the win in Geelong that, you know, it might have been the back of perhaps a little bit of confidence and gradually putting it all together. You must be really happy with what we've just seen from it.
Yeah, very happy. She showed a bit of talent as early as 2 Yorks. Oh, yeah, that's what it
2, 8, 5, and 11. Man.
Had to do with it or things that you learned, previous preparations that might not have set go so well?
No,
sure to get long. We have to get things spent out if you are. I was. Yeah, trying to be real exactly. They're trying to bully about the lead. They're right, but Tom was going to have any of that. And yeah, she's going to see races there early in the straight. So 1,200 metres today. She's got a tendency then to improve this and build that distance back up. We've seen her sort of tested over the mile and thereabouts at the back end of last preparation. If you harbour ambitions to try again, I don't think we try at the mile. She has one at 1,400. She's got 11 as well, so probably stick around those distances, potentially in 1,400. What do you have to do with them between runs to keep?
So what happened is that's 59.66. This is 60.5 to 4. But I had a doubt because this is inaccuracy on the EBW. $59 to $60, 59.5 to 60. Surprisingly, this one did not get through. The larger inner got through. This is basically because of management, nothing else. This is nothing else but management. The 5 was not in a position because that's a neutral jockey. 2 was Ladat. 8 was good hands. And the 11. 11 with the jockey. We spoke about the 11. That's the other jockey. Two, 8, 8, 5. We'll settle this. We'll settle this. Today we are at least getting an idea of what exactly this season is playing. Yesterday we were at a jungle and those guys did whatever they wanted to do. Anyway, 7. Let's go. 5, 7, 8, 9 and 11 scratched. 3, 4, 10 and 2.
5 lengths. Mixes her form a little, but one thing in her favour is that she's trained on the track.
And the 11 east side diamond, it's got the outside gate to contend with.
Another horse that went down to Bordertown and only beat one home there. She's the winner of one race out of 23 starts, which was on debut, which was unfortunate because she hasn't been able to get back in the winner's stall since then. My numbers here, I've gone 7, 5, 2 and 1 in a pretty tough race. I put Cranston Dance on top in front of Champagne Effort and Blake Agarwal. John Crouch is the trainer of Cranston Dance. So, John, do you share my optimism?
Yeah, well, it's a big happy to sort of over-race the right mate, but kept as fresh as we can. So, how much to go huge towards the best up in the training.
You've opted to come in without a trial or jump out that I've seen. That's to make sure she's nice and fresh to get on the bit.
100,000 so she can do yourself and she's quite a lot of toes and that, so which is good.
You've got Paul Alberto riding. He's obviously in good form. Has he had much to do with that?
Solid price really first just keep it house sort of thing.
We know this is a horses and a courses course. She's been up here and been successful lately. And when you're looking through the calendar, you obviously identify this race.
We gave a bit of a break. Since the fruit, you know, we lost me this
generally been getting back in the field a little in recent runs. Is that what you're thinking today?
A lot of it comes a bit slow gates. And, you know, she's still, you know, back in bracket.
Each way chance?
Oh, I will.
Excellent. I like the confidence there, John. Good luck.
Yeah, just keep turning up.
Very good. I like that. Well, yeah, for a horse that hasn't had a jump out or a trial, it's good to hear there that John Croucher actually does have a plan and identified the race, and there was a reason for that, Terry.
He touched on a good point as well. Simon Price has actually been riding work, so Simon is an extremely good judge and a good person to have on your side. He's riding work, he'll let you know if this horse might be ready to go first up without a trial or a jump out.
That is good. Very experienced rider who obviously rode internationally with good success, as well as riding many seasons in South Australia. And it's good to see Simon still involved in the racing industry, not only riding work, but you do see him ride the occasional horse in the Morphfield jump outs as well. So keeping his eye in, and yeah, one of many of the Price family who are in the racing industry. And of course, his two sons, Ben and Will both have rides in the Group 1 Goodwood on Saturday.
Yeah, great stuff. Ben riding riding Sharippa and Will riding Prairie Flower. And Ben taking the credit for getting Will on Prairie Flower a little earlier today when we chatted to him after winning the race.
Yeah, good on him, but yeah, Ben had the option to ride a couple of horses out. It's good to see a few of our South Australia's based riders with rides in the race. We saw a fantastic story with Lockie Nynorth last week, getting his second Group 1 on February. And just doing the replays and watching that race again on Monday when I reviewed it, it was an amazingly good ride for Lockie. We've seen him perform at the top level, and he's made a couple of brilliant decisions that have won in those Group 1 races. And that's a real feather in his cap, that he not only stands up at that level, but he's able to show that brilliance. Probably half won those races off his own bat.
Yeah, 100% right, John. So they are loading away well here. Race number 5. John's numbers repeating 7, 5, 2 and 1. Pretty good push from trainer John Croucher, the trainer of the 7 Grandstand Gazette. Tim Edwards has gone for the 11 right down the bottom, east side Diamond. He's put it on top for Jess Safiris. He's gone 11, 9, 5 and 2. Let's go to Tim. This is race number 5.
Campaign. Fantasy, Lord Morton, and Eastside Diamond. 3 of the last 4 to load, including the riderless Utah Joe. Here's Lord Morton, second run back today. Been placed away. Eastside Diamond has now gone up. That'll leave Utah Joe, who's riderless, to complete the line. Good betting race, plenty of chances. Race 5 Oakbank. First leg of the treble. Second leg of the quaddie. They're all in, set to go. Ready. Starter holding them now. About to say go. Still holding, racing. Sundog a little slow. Eastside Diamond, Cinchona, the first 2 I saw. Up there, Hazy Fantasy. Champagne Effort with the red cap bursting through to 3rd now. So Hazy Fantasy back to 4th. 2 back to Utah Joe 5th. A length away, Fox done it. Prance and Dance, Lord Morton. Lake Agawam 2nd last year. And Sundog last of all, must be 8 or 9 off the leaders. Down towards the uphill run they go, and the leader on the inside doing it okay is Cinchona. Second, Eastside Diamond. They skip away 2 on Hazy Fantasy. Champagne Efforts in 3rd. A length away to Utah Joe, and they break right away from the others. So they turn the bend, and Hazy Fantasy sticks right to the inside. Comes after Cinchona, going really wide. Eastside Diamond. It's coming down the middle of the track. Inside the 3, Cinchona, Hazy Fantasy, Eastside Diamond, and now Sundog from last. Look at the dog. Sundog's flying home over the top. Hits the lead with 50 metres to go. It's got them. Sundog wins from a wall of them. Second, close. Eastside Diamond, maybe. From Lake Agawam or Hazy Fantasy. I think they're the 3 main ones in it. They got away from the others, including Fox Dunnett. Then came Utah Joe, Prance and Dan. Cinchona stopped quickly. And Champagne Effort back with those.
Sundog at a big price here. This will put tremendous value into the quadrilles and other exotics. Number 4, Sundog, a second career win at start number 18. Ben Price riding for John High. And now the Miners, it's a pretty busy finish. Second, third and fourth. We'll keep an eye on that. But to Sundog with a sweeping run down the outside, John.
Got a fair way back, and I'd give that ride a 10 out of 10 for Ben Price. He knew where he wanted to be in the run, and he knew what path he wanted to pilot in the straight, and that was right down the middle to outside section of the track. Timed his run really well. And we talk about Prance and Dance being a first upper with no jump out or trial. John Hines followed the same method here. He's kept the freshness in Sundog's legs, and he is a horse that has shown ability to sprint early in his preps. Week has went on, even though he laid in late. It was a big win first up.
Yeah, tell us about his campaign, his preparation, John, leading into his first up run today.
Yeah, Terry, let's try to get a bit fresher. His first up run's actually been quite good in the last couple of preps, but it's been 1,000 metres, so it's had no jump outs and trials. And that's been done a lot of work on the horse. He said the horse is going really well. Had gone for last Saturday, including me 1 more gallop, which we did, and he put a pretty good chance. But okay, see, he's in hospital, so he can't ride him.
Who's in hospital?
The nurse, it's got kidney stones or something like that, so.
This is the 7th one. If we look through the odds, it's 3, 4, 10, and 2. And if we look through the rails, it's 4, 10, 3, and 2. These are the top horses. And 3 is the linear. 3 is the linear. Okay. Ten has a neutral jockey. This one, number 4, is through the rails above. I got advantage. But here the question is, here, that's 60 and delivering a 75%, and this is 60.5 delivering just the half, probably, on 2. The other one is here, which is 62.5 delivering, but this is a force, plus this is an EW. It's in good hands, but that's an EW position, so we'll not talk about that. We'll talk about the pressure points here. So that's 75, this is 46, 60 delivering 75, 60.5 delivering 40.46. This is the linear, this is the second linear. This is the second linear. So $46. It's between 2 and 3. 11. Warwick Farm.
Looks of it.
Just on the drift a little bit here, late. So got into as short as $2 there about 3 or 4 minutes ago. Now 225 with the good support for Pink Shalala, who was as much as 480 earlier this afternoon, even 460 about 15 minutes ago. Now $4.20. So Secure's pretty popular, holds 55% of all bets, but late money's with Pink Shalala. I don't really want anything else. True or more, they're at $7 and specking for Clear Proof at 11. Let's get to Luke.
And Pink Shalala's just bouncing around a bit in there. James McDonald using the structure of the barriers, just getting the weight off him. New business over there. Mills behind the start. Anything goes yet to go up. Now number 10's out the back, Pink Shalala, so he just became a bit restless in the stalls, and it looks as though they're going to have a look at Pink Shalala here. Here's some news broadcast. Okay, thank you very much, Steve Ralton there, Chief Steward, just advising that it is Pink Shalala being vetted, and his fate will be determined shortly by the vet. Clear Proof's out the back of the gates as well. Now, Pink Shalala looks as though he's coming back in, so that's a positive sign for him. He's back in the gate, so he'll be right to run. Providing he behaves himself in the next few seconds. New business is being led forward. Proof is out the back as well now. Some further news. Hello, broadcast. Okay, thanks, Steve. So he's out, Clear Proof. So he was vetted as well, and 3:46. He's out late on veterinary advice, Clear Proof. So they're off. Okay, so they've let them go. We go with our Clear Proof, and where's this heavily backed Secure? He was away well, and he's contesting the lead. In fact, he's in front early stages. True or more the outside. Danish Prince handy. Pink Shalala drops in behind for a trail. Then New Business. Iron Hawk is next. He's drifting back, being followed closely by Cataldo. Then My Last Hooray, and 2 lengths last of all, Anything Goes. And True or More now goes to the front here. 800 metres to go from Danish Prince. And Secure's just in behind them, towing along the outside of Pink Shalala. The 2 favourites race together. Behind those, Cataldo, New Business, Iron Hawk. Then Anything Goes, My Last Hooray, and we went with our Clear Proof for late scratching. Approaching the turn, 400 metres to run. True or More, Danish Prince together. Secure's right on their hammer. Nash has got a good grip on the favourite here before the turn. He's about to ease out. Pink Shalala saves ground. Early in the straight, and Secure popped the question now to come after these leaders. He lets down quickly. Secure surges up and heads off. Danish Prince, True or More, Iron Hawk, New Business, then Pink Shalala, but with 125 to go.
Come on, baby.
Wall chasing, but Secure. He's come back well this preparation, and he wins from Anything Goes, flashing.
Congratulations, PC.
As for third, wide out My Last Hooray, True or More.
Boom.
Danish Prince, Pink Shalala, New Business, Iron Hawk, and Cataldo.
Number 11, Secure Money, spot on once again. He pays 210, 110 the place. Anything goes. It has run out of his.
This is a very tough ask, but it's a very, very competitive.
10th She Hung the Moon, who's a horse.
Boom.
She is also a very speedy customer.
She now comes back to her own age group. She gets weight relief off the key rivals. She gets the winkers on and she draws an inside gate. She has plenty of natural speed on the front that is suited horses down towards the fence. So there are a few things in her favour. Yes, she was beaten as a short price favourite last time out, but she could easily bounce back again.
Yeah, she looks well. She's very much a strong, robust type of filly. This she naturally just carries a little bit more weight. She's just very thick and heavy set. That's just her physique. You can see really nice tone. She's got the benefit of being very fit from recent racing, and I don't mind the Winterstone one either.
12's Bedtime Angel for John Maloney. John McNeil remains in the saddle after they combined for an impressive performance at Seymour, first up over 1,000 metres. Can that maybe form stick up here, says she trialled, but
PC, thank you so much, my friend, for doing that. Thank you so much. It is really very kind of you, PC. Without you, this journey would have been very difficult. Thank you for doing that, my friend.
Sprinting filly that's ready to rock and roll. If Hope's in great order, she can still see some dapples holding on over her hindquarters there. So I think John's got her in as good a shape as she could be.
all right, Beasley. A little race for the 3-year-old Gallopers who wins it. Found a
So the 3 is the linear.
Work it out from there. She's going to be hard to beat. She hung the moon. She's been in this race for a long way, so too close to midnight. Then down to this paddock. But I'm siding with the unbeaten filly, Ben Kelly.
It's a good race. It's going to be high pressure, tough course. It's going to have fitness on its side. Absolutely incredible, and that's close to midnight. I think we have the healthiest pony in mounting yard. Not this time of year, coach meet everything, but for me, it's just a sign of a horse that's absolutely top of his game. Really great tone, very quick, very well. Like I said, high pressure race. There's tons of speed in it on the horse side. I think all day if I was going to talk about the other ones, look good, they all look good, and it's a good race. There's 4 on
2 is getting tailed.
Close to midnight and Fitzpatrick, the real big factor, particularly it's breezy early, but as the day has gone on, we've got a very strong head for
I don't.
this very hard to run down.
It's not going to be easy for 3. That's sure. That 2 is there. And look at the 12, man.
Bedtime Angel.
Where is the 1?
On the track, race 7, favourite $3 being Shelley. Ahead of $4.40 She Hung the Moon at $5.10 close to midnight. Heading up to the gates.
Thanks for your time as always, John. It must have been really pleasing to see Bedtime Angel win her favourite at both recent start.
It was. I mean, she's a couple of issues in between, so we were able to get her back. She did a really nice jump out before she took the race. She followed up by going well in the race.
She's obviously shown you a little bit of nervous preparation. You tested her in some nicer races.
Yeah, we did. I thought she was going quite well. We tried Jim Maloney, but that didn't work out. But yeah, I thought she's just a good type. I think it's a good feel with a gallop that she can go a bit. So
I'll still go with 2 coffee.
Set to start again.
You found this nice race on paper and it's come up really
2
strong
coffee.
and pace. What's your plan?
Lewis 2. I hope it does the job because it's getting tailed.
Smartly as we can on the circuit, so we're leaving as smart as we can and be as close as we can, work it out from there. But John Woodrider will work out what he needs to do, but we'll play that one.
Nice filly, a good jockey and a good trainer. It should go well. Best of luck.
Oh, thank you.
All right, PZ.
At least, you know, I'm happy to take these chances here. Yesterday, I don't know what was going on at Bendigo, man. I have no clue what was going on at Bendigo. When I looked at the data, it showed all jockeys. Each and every race were with the jockeys. There's nothing else that played. Nothing else. Arrowman 413 trike off. Your 4 is The largest drift, 4 is definitely there. The 1 is the question. 1 is the question. The 1 is the question.
Serious for race number 7.
Yes, Chairman, worth noting with
Welcome back, Adaman.
steam up early part of the home straight, and they're starting to move up, and finally the sun's starting to appear here, even though it's a little bit on the chilly side. At least the sun is out. Moving into the stalls, Simply Just goes in with also Bedtime Angel and Blue Stratum. So B and Shelley firming 380 to 3.
4 or 1.
Now 320. With the next best close to Midnight and She Hung the Moon. She Hung the Moon just holding the second call. As going into the gates is Fitzpatrick.
4 went off with it.
And B and Shelley the favourite to jump from the outside alley here in this 3-year-old sprint. B and Shelley goes in and the locked away field is ready. Sets. Racing. She Hung the Moon was slow. Missed the start a couple of lengths, and B and Shelley jumped away well with Simply Just, and also Fitzpatrick. There are a couple in front of Blue Stratum early. Then Bedtime Angel well back in the field close to Midnight and She Hung the Moon. Simply Just is the leader. 700 metres to go from Fitzpatrick. A length and 3/4 Blue Stratum. They were followed by B and Shelley, who's getting a nice run. Then came close to Midnight, a length off it, 3 wide from Bedtime Angel, and She Hung the Moon on the rails at the end of the field. Just over 400 metres to go. It's Fitzpatrick who's nosing Simply Just. B and Shelley dug up 3 wide.
Come on, baby. This is your race. Come on, baby. You beg. Don't give in. Don't give in. Don't give in. Go.
Shelley sticks the neck out. A neck in front of close to Midnight, going with it at the 50. Still B and Shelley from close to Midnight. A smart horse. B and Shelley undefeated.
3-4-2.
Close to Midnight, Fitzpatrick, and then Bedtime Angel or Blue Stratum before. Then She Hung the Moon. Who
3,
start. Simply Just was last.
4 and 2.
B and Shelley, filling by Cosmic Force, 3 from 3. And it is Mick Bryce and Michael Fett Jr. successful here. They scored earlier with Frost Snippet with a nice 2-year-old. They've got a lovely 3-year-old here, B and Shelley. And she's a racer.
Well, the 2 was getting tailed. Lewis, sorry.
Close to Midnight coming, and she's put play to him. B and Shelley, number 3. Close to Midnight second, so consistent. Ben Ellison, Leon and Troy Corstens and Will Larkin. And Fitzpatrick in third, and then behind those horses, Bedtime Angel might just nose Blue Stratum. But it's B and Shelley jumping from that outside alley, got a little bit of cover, 1-1, and then just able to slide around to the clear on the point of the home corner. And she's done a good job to score at a time of 57.94. First running under these conditions and distance, small sample size here at Caulfield, will go down as a class record. And it's 3/4 of the length by a length and a half. So 3, 4, 2 and 12. 3, 4, 2 and 12 with Bedtime Angel. Just no Blue Stratum. Fourth spot there. 3, 4, 2 and 12. Race number 7. Well,
So this is what happened. 3 was the favorite, okay? 3 was the linear. Let's not doubt that. It's good. I took a chance with the 2 because of the fact that was that. But it was getting tailed. So that did not happen. 10 had no chance because it is a neutral jockey. 4 was the largest inner drift. So that played exactly how it should play. That played exactly. This is the beauty of this track. This is the beauty of this track, that the data doesn't go wrong. So you even here, if you see that 8, the largest inner, all right, it came in second. Whatever is going to be the bigger, whether it is the larger outer or the largest inner. Here it was the largest inner. That is supposed to come in second. That's the second horse pool. That is how it should happen. And they were also tailing. So that happened. This one got tailed. This moron did not do anything but That's okay. And the 12. And the 12 was with a very good jockey with a lot of physics going on. So, this was an EW. It is not in a position to win, but you know, since it has a league race, you have advantages on those. Plus, the physics was given. No? Physics was here. The physics was given to this 12. But that's not exactly how it'll play. It should play like this on a good ground. It should play like this, exactly how it played. 3 and 4. Chakra boy. Eagle Farm. Okay. Eagle Farm.
Smart Redford. Being the next, it could be one that bounces back here today, the 9.
Ruby Chicks will be the 10 from the Jack Dunkers. They were $12.
And there's a lot of scratching on the 8th one.
First up the park,
5, 15, 9, and 13.
Last start here behind her leader.
Clover's Prince rounds them out at $11. Toby Evans, Steve McLean, and Noel Callow.
Yep, Clovis Prince, first up. This has raced well when fresh in the past, and nice neat little trial of Bow Desert recently behind the smart but lucky alien.
Rightio, that is how they looked in the yard. Action King is your solid $3 favourite ahead of devastating $3.90 and jump out to Bravely at $7.50, who's out half a point, Maxi. So not much change other than these two are very solid.
Yeah, good to see with Action King, good support, $3.50.
Big bet to Eagle Farm.
$2.80, so happy with that. That's sort of helping me a little bit, but only because I really had low confidence about this race and wasn't sure how they're going. But there is a lead with Action King, so I'll go with him. Number 2 over the 8 Bravely, 5 Ivinovich, Speed, and 3 Thelwell, hoping he can get back on track today.
Alrighty, I've gone with Devastating. I just think 1,200 metre race last start, saw him at least 2 pairs closer than what you'd normally do. You also saw him travelling pretty hard on the steel as well, and he just had nothing left for the run on. He is a get back off a hot speed in a short course race, and he's certainly looking great. Can't fault how he looks. I just think the big plus for him will be getting back to 1,000. Brian Maloney generally does ride some super as well. He's very familiar, obviously, with the board. He doesn't win out of turn like most of the exalters, but this is a winnable race. He's on top for me. 8's the danger, which is Bravely. Let's take that wins. Paris is jumping from 11 now. Then Action King, obviously, and my 3 Russian sub. 6, 8, 2, and 1. As we come to you, Anthony.
Yeah, late money's coming for Action King here, 320 into 270 now, and yeah, the late money's coming for it, whereas Devastating has brought 360 to $3.90, just back to 380. There's slightly more money on Devastating, but by the time they jump, it'll probably be Action King with the bigger hold. Bravely 950, Clover's Prince at 11 with Russian sub. So late money on Action King. Here's David.
Best back runner, tab 2. Kyle Wilson Taylor replacing Cody Thomas. Cody just down on running October in the previous race. Emily Lang filled in and got the prize. Action King number 2, 276. Devastating 388. Bravely another twist out to 950. Close to a start now as the last one goes up. It's Devastating. And they're ready to go from the gates. 7 Eagle Farm, 1,000 metres. There's the lake. Stand by. Racing. Invinovich began clumsily, came out last. Fast to go was Chakra Boy, Russian sub, Clover's Prince with speed. Driving through Mr. Encore and Ruby Chick's not too far away. On the way, fell well, devastating about 6th or 7th in the first call. Action Kings behind him, outside of Cracker Ribbon, Bravely and Invinovich the last pair. The speedy Mr. Encore kept out Chakra Boy. Clovis Prince perched in third, fourth Ruby Chicks. Russian sub two, fell a bit wide as they swing for home. Then fell well, Cracker Ribbon, devastating about 6 off them. Action King about 7 off them. And then Invinovich and Bravely. Well on the home straight though, Mr. Encore there, but Jack the Boy on the outside, going better, went by him. Felwell gets him on the inside, Erling's Fancies, devastating, struggling. Action King running on pretty well. Chakra Boy's drifting out beyond the centre of the track. He's going to beat Action King, who had to switch back to the inside, but he's clear, Chakra Boy. He's too good. Chakra Boy beat Action
Chakra
King.
Boy, 4.
Out wide.
Adama!
Russian sub, devastating, no run on.
Boom!
Followed by Invinovich, Mr. Encore, Ruby Chicks, Felwell, and the tail end is the Cracker Rib and Clovis Prince.
Alrighty, so Sharon Livingston, the 2 runners, Thelwell finishing back.
Right, this is the last one here at Caulfield. So this was a benchmark 64. This is a benchmark 70. And here the 3 won, which was the linear. The 2 was getting tailed. Okay. Now here the linear is down here, which is number 15, which is gate number 12. It's a 3-year-old gelding. There's no doubt it is a good horse. But here it is from 58, it is getting 58. So what's happening here is the linear is in trouble because it is not within the rails. There's no physics working with this. The linear is in trouble. It had to be here within the rails, like this one. It had to be here within the rails, which is not the case. The 15 is here. It's a good horse, but that's a problem. The 5 is probably the second horse pool. That's the second horse thing. Here, that's the second horse. That's the second horse. So which is the first one now? Two. That will not happen. It's a neutral jockey. Sixty-one to 3. But that's a EW. Sixty-one to 3. This is that, and this is 58, 59, 30, 61 to 3. Well, mark on 17. Three, 4. 58 to 4. What are they playing with us or what? This is like 8 kilo overweight. This is like 8 kgs overweight. It's a force. It'll. Seriously think so? I like the 14, but this jock is neutral. The 5 probably has the best jockey. Then it is 17. 5 is 60 to 28. 17 is 3 to 4, 9.7. We've got some stuff on 17, but we'll see.
Yeah, well back. A bit of confidence that she can make it 3 on the bounce. So ended last campaign a dominant winner at Kempo Grange to break her maiden and returned with another win there at Newcastle.
Adam at 19, man! Yes!
3 deep the trip, so she did it tight, but it didn't matter. The runner-up has since won, albeit at Narrabine, so deserves her.
Brilliant job, Adam.
She is super fit. That is definitely not going to be a letdown for her or an excuse for her today. She's walking out really nicely. She's definitely feeling well in herself. She's flicking her toes out. She looks to be really happy.
Miss Kim Carr.
No, we couldn't do anything big today. Caulfield is a very good track.
She was outstanding.
It's
from a wide draw, flattened out to attack the line, running the fastest.
Chakra Boy, yes, Chakra Boy. You were very confident on Chakra Boy, but paid 19. That's a huge one. But at Caulfield, we are just scalping.
I'm trying to get out.
At Caulfield, we are just scalping here and there. There's no big.
She's taking it all.
PC protest where?
I've just sort of tried to run a little bit backwards, but she's doing well. She's got those ready muscles.
At Caulfield, it's a brilliant track. I mean,
they always come here. They never.
I mean, we're racing here after a long time, but it's beautiful. It's beautiful the way they are. I love this place. No wonder. I mean, I think John PC have always been on Caulfield.
Overachieving again here at Big Odds. She doesn't win out of turn, but she
2 versus 4 Eagles.
So there's a few tips for her, given the context of her price.
From the parade, I'd say she's going to make her presence felt. She's got a lovely rich colour running through her coat. She's
John, PC, Jerry, they have always been on Caulfield. Caulfield, we are racing after a long time, probably after 1 year.
Good style of Canterbury last start.
We generally don't get the feed of Caulfield.
Did make a good thing of it. Once this filly wanted to rev up in the middle stages, just let her slide. And it was simply a matter of how far they're at the top of the straight. So we'll gain confidence from that, but it is a different setup here, swapping Canterbury for Warwick Farm.
Okay, 2 was flying and 4 moved out.
I think she's
8
ready
horses.
to step up, to be honest with you. She's parading beautifully. She's such a lovely type. I think I remember her actually from Canterbury. She looks like she's come through that run really well. She's fit. She's ready to go, and I'm expecting to see her power through the line.
The day, Alicia Collett for Barbara Joseph and Paula Matt Jones.
Comes into this after a close-up second in Highway Company 3 weeks ago, was chasing 3 straight there, having won well at the Sapphire Coast the start prior, put 4 lengths on her rivals and relished the heavy track on that occasion. So handles all ground, she is flying, but there is more depth here.
Yeah, I was just trying to get out of the way. I think they're taking the 2 out early, was just getting a little
But
bit
I'm kind of, I have a, I'm kind of a little in a better shape playing here at Caulfield. Yesterday was a disaster, man. I kind of
good glimpse of her. She
feel so angry about that track.
The coat looks good. A little bit warm between the legs, but honestly, with all the commotion that's going on,
A bunch of jokers, those guys are.
13, Chris Waller, Adam Hieronymus.
Bendigo, man.
Her way back towards another win, another peak performance. So she improved first up to second up. She was always going to do that, given she was 44 weeks between runs there before resuming. So found the line 2 weeks ago. That was on the Kenzo track over the 1400 metres, not beaten far. Would have preferred to see her out in trip as opposed to back in trip, given how she flattened out last time out. It might have been the run of a mare looking for the mile, but back to 1300 metres, at least third up. She should be just about ready.
Yeah, she looks ready as well. That muscle definition looks good. She's taking it all in her stride. She's not sweating up at all. She's having a look around now that Adam Hieronymus has jumped on board, but she looks ready to go.
And our final runner, Hazel Jean Richard Litt, J Ford.
Fairly eligible for easier races than this, but she's playing at home. Should have won at Canberra last start, so ignore the fact that the form guide says fifth. She was just held up badly on the inside, so do herself no favours. She wasn't the best into stride, but buried away into a really awkward position, but went to the line full of running.
I think that this filly might surprise us here. She's heading on out. She's a really gorgeous type. She looks keen and ready to rock. Jay Ford has just sat back on her quietly there. The coat looks impeccable. I mentioned earlier on in the car that the Richard Litt runners always do parade well, and she is an example of that. If she gets all the luck, I wouldn't be surprised if we did see her in the finish just based on looks.
Okay, Ben Dunlop from the Michael Friedman stables with me. This filly's only lightly raced, but she's built herself a nice little record so far.
Yeah, lightly raced, second up today. Her first up efforts at Newcastle were outstanding, sort of wide gate there. She was able to still get the job home whilst being posted sort of 3 wide. So she was she's come on very nicely from that run, and yeah, very happy with her.
Stable holds her in nice regard, do you think?
Yeah, definitely. She's in some nice feeling. She's progressing the gates nicely. So today looks like a nice sort of step up for her. She's earned her sort of right to sort of come to this metropolitan grade and yeah, have a cut.
Bit better draw than what she drew at Newcastle. Where do you think she'll settle?
Yeah, speaking of Keegan, we'll just sort of be positive from her. She's a filly that likes to get rolling and sort of he'll jump positively from that gate and land within sort of the first 4.
I wanted to ask about Aristocrat in race number 1. That was a really nice debut performance earlier.
Yeah, it was. 1,000 metres, we sort of thought was going to be short of his best, but it was really nice to see him sort of doing his best work late and, sort of coming to the line very strongly.
Thanks, Ben. Best of luck.
No worries, thank you.
Kirsten, who do you like?
On top for me, well, I mean, I survived the parade ring firstly, so that's the first win. Second win I'm hoping for is Mia Ballerina to come through off the back of that win at Canterbury and perform well here. I think she could do that with the way she was looking in the yard. She looks like the coat hasn't turned at all despite all the commotion going on. She seems to have a really level, mature head on her shoulders. I think she might just sort of get a really nice roll into the race, and that muscle and fitness coming through is ticking all the boxes.
5 and 3, 6, Miss Kim Carr loved her first up run. She really hit the line. That was backed up on the clock. She's a filly that hasn't won out over much further. So maybe ideally this would be 1,400 metres and she would have drawn a better gate. But I do think there's enough in the price to take the punt. We're shopping at $4 at the moment, tab fixed odds. And given this race has fallen away after we did lose Hell Bent on You and California Sunrise, it looks a suitable scenario for her to still overcome that. And all of a sudden the map isn't so tricky. Hopefully she can just settle in front of a few and unleash that same turn of foot we saw a few weeks ago. Dangers, Flying Thinker, not surprised there's been a bit of support for her. She's a free running type. She'll get out in front and do her thing. I like the way that she trialled up just to bridge that 8 weeks between runs. What you see is largely what you get with her 5. Just feeling lucky. Has market confidence to suggest that she can take that next step. It was only a half length winner there last start, but on paper that doesn't do the victory justice. She did it tough. She was wide working and was first up, yeah, a little bit of quality just shone through. So respect how firm she's in betting here, and I've gone Driftnet as the best of the rest. So pass mark first up, but I do like the setup here, getting her toe into the ground out to the 1300 metres against the fillies and mares.
Protest still going.
She often is. So 6, 2, 5 and 3 here ahead of the last at Warwick Farm, Anthony.
I don't agree with you, Brad. Miss Kim Carr best back quite far here, as much as $6.50, I think around $5 back when you did your preview earlier this afternoon, about 11 a.m. Now into $4, and there's more money on Miss Kim Carr compared to Just Feeling Lucky. About 1.5 times more money on Miss Kim Carr to Just Feeling Lucky. So that sort of tells you where we're at. The Flying Thinker $6.50, Driftnet's at $8, Mia Ballerina at $8.50. And Erin Teva's an $11 chance. But Miss Kim Carr, one of the better back runners all day as they load for the last.
Thanks, Anthony. Runners getting pretty close here. Miss Kim Carr goes up. Driftnet now joins them. And we're nearly right to go. There's the red light now. Last here at Warwick Farm, 270. Just Feeling Lucky. All set. Couple bouncing around out wide. Racing this time. Not a bad dispatch, Just Feeling Lucky. The favourite was one of the first out. Driftnet and Mia Ballerina on the inside are rolling forward. Flying Thinker straight in behind them. Then Win the Day, Hazel Jean, Miss Kim Carr, Arantova pushing up between horses and improving. Miss Kim Carr back to second last now. And Serene Nick on the rails can see them all. Working up towards the 800 metres. Mia Ballerina on the inside. Moves through to join Just Feeling Lucky. 2 lengths away, Driftnet, Flying Thinker, then Hazel Jean on the inside. Win the Day next at the 600 metres from Arantova. Further back was Serene Nick and Miss Kim Carr relegated to last. Mia Ballerina rolls up to the turn, 450 metres out. Half a length in front of the favourite, Just Feeling Lucky. Driftnet's camped on their hammer. Flying Thinker comes off.
9 win.
Hazel.
Arman, don't play like the English, man, please. That's an English play.
Driftnet's coming into it. She's on the outside, back behind those Flying Thinker, Arantova. It's Just Feeling Lucky. Driftnet, will she go on with it today? She's put the head in front, and Driftnet has raced away from Just Feeling Lucky. That's the real Driftnet. She put it all together today and beats home. Just Feeling Lucky. As for third,
3-5.
Think of Miss Kim Carr in a photo, Arantova. Then came
That's an English play, Arman. The English, they play like that. After the horses actually have settled, they have a system of betting.
James Cummings, and she'll pay $7.92, $21.30. Just Feeling Lucky. Third was tight. It was either Miss Kim Carr, possibly just ahead of Flying Thinker, but Driftnet. It's been a while, Brad. 44 weeks since she last recorded her victory, but today was her day.
Yeah, some of us were just questioning her conviction, but she got the job done and did it quite nicely when she levelled up there to Just Feeling.
6, 7, 8 weeks over.
Man, I'm totally clueless about this one.
Last start or last preparation phase.
The 5 is basically the second horse pool. The 15 is in trouble.
Enough to run down the meeting. So I do like this back up at least 2 jump outs, but he's a top quality horse. He's not great. I'm very happy.
I think he'll run really well. Also, he's quite an unassuming horse from a parade point of view. I do think that he has got a little bit of tightening up to come though, but he's got a very good base of fitness there. His credentials will take him a long way, even if he is a little bit underdone.
10, 11 now. Wanso's an interesting runner, a new acquisition to the course to St Larkin team, previously trained by Annabelle and Rob Archibald. Interesting runner off a long spell. I think she'll want a little further distance.
What?
It's a really nice grade. I think that she's going to be in for a good preparation. It's a very nice.
I like the 14, but it is not possible.
Last time I had
59.5, 14. Let's go 13. Let's go 13. I don't know. I like the 14, but the 14 has jockey, which is neutral. The 3 is an EW and probably forced. 13. Man. 13. The 13 has management issues. The largest management issue on 13. Like the 13, but look at that.
on the 16th of April.
That's how it is. 9 is still better, but that's 31, 14. Then it becomes this too. 3 is an EW. This one is a neutral.
Good parade for me. He's a high end of the course. He definitely parades even if it's going to want to be faster.
17 is a bad.
This is a gambling race. Yeah, the 17. That's the one which is probably the best idea to go with. I think that's the best one to go with. 17 EW coffee. Man, I don't know. There's nothing that I can find. Nothing that I can find. 2 is an EW, 17 is clear, 60, 58, 4. 3 is EW forced.
Good rates to close out the day.
9 win Caulfield. Yeah, the 9 is good. The 9 is good, PC. Or will it deliver? Because probably in this circus it will. Probably in this circus this will. It's a complete circus going on. I mean, they're not going to make the last one easy. That's for sure. All the quaddies are dependent on this one. They are going to make sure that it goes upside down. And that's a gray.
Final race to another 3 minutes. 270 grand last speed. 470 appointed, 530 Mansura, 740 machinist, 740
And first and foremost, the big questions with Flycross. Who is in charge of Shampoo today because they deserve a pay rise?
I did the tail. Yeah, that's great pride in that tail.
17, 11, 39. Man, please do something. 45, 59, 60, 40, 27. 9 has a dedicated jockey, BC.
Opportunities for having to run for that kind of money.
That's a fantastic eye for details. 9 has a dedicated jockey.
So we can see
In this circus, that's the only hope.
I like playing with him, but he's
3 is getting tailed. There's nothing to do with 3. 3 is an EW. But
sometimes he jumps brilliant work and other times he just
where are the winning chances, baby?
be positive on him. But yeah, we'll know when the gate's open what he feels like today.
teams absolutely flying. Another so close performance just on the weekend. It must be frustrating, but also very satisfying that you come so close to going so well.
Yeah, definitely. It was, mixed emotions as they went across the line. I was so proud of the horse and I thought he did such a great job. Yeah, another ticket at a derby. Anyway, happy to play. Maybe we'll get two next year.
Character building, right? The team's going super. Good luck here.
13 is getting tailed.
All right, BZ, for the punters that might have just chimed in.
3 is getting tailed. 13 doesn't even want to race. 13 wants to go
The
home.
race sets up very well for him. 6 speed from Bifrost.
3 will obviously get tailed.
6 speed from Mantua. However, that sort of works out.
Frankie, nope.
So swing into the home straight. Wait.
Frankie generally is here on Saturdays. Frankie is generally here on Saturdays.
Ready to explode. If that's the case, hopefully bang straight through the gap and then time and margin.
Love your enthusiasm, BZ. Let's bring
He got very upset last time because the way things were playing. I mean, who wouldn't get upset, PC? These people are pure thieves. Some of the tracks are absolutely thieves. They are.
$2.40 on VOP. So
But I mean, I don't know what
here
to.
in this final race. Maximilius going up rideless. So as they get set, there's a bad.
Yesterday at Bendigo was like a disaster.
And also
There's no head or tail of anything.
Victorian
Apes with brain tumors, absolutely, man.
grand final as well at Pakenham tomorrow.
There's no clue at
Meeting here on Saturday.
when I looked at it, it is all jockeys. So what are the horses there for? Let the jockeys run. Let's see who runs faster.
Racing. As Manchu is about to load up. Now coming forward is Machinist.
Lee, 17. That's an EW, Lee.
To him to sit more forward. Manchu joining them. So they're getting pretty close over there at the 1,000 metres to complete the day. Here's
And 15 win and place.
on
2
resumption, Jamie Moss.
is a 2 is an EW.
And the field
Got 7
1,000 metres.
leagues.
Ready and away they go, and Bonso towards the outside.
Please.
Once away with Manchu,
Dude.
Machinist, Grand Lastly holding its place on the
See,
inside.
look at the race. Look at the race. Man, look at this.
Bifrost, Grand Lastly next to the rail.
Everybody is running.
Back pointed, and then came Max.
Where is that monkey 17?
Bonso back to second last.
Come on.
Last, they're tightly packed. Machinist just.
Everybody is there except the 17. The 17 is the last one.
They're a length and a half of pointed in the red jacket out wide.
The 17 is like, no,
Grand Larceny.
sorry. That was a bad choice. Yes.
To go from Machinist. Grand Larceny's just
And it's stuck between the horses. It is not going anywhere.
Here of the 200 joined by Grand Larceny.
5.
So the outside Grand Larceny shot
12.
and in before time of machine. It's Grand Larceny winning it by a length and 3.
5-1, 5-1.
So photo for third, appointed Mantua, then Maximilius, who didn't have a lot of room in the
Man, you know what? You know what? Logically, if you think, that's the right odds. Why? Because that's the second horse pool. There's no first.
Boy, it exploded away.
There's no first. That's logically right.
That's now 3 on the bounce with 4 at start number 8. Has race clear to win it. Blake Shed. A great day for him with Street Lark winning the first. Frosted winning race number 2 on the program. Just Glamorous the 5th.
5.
Grand Larceny taking out the 8th and last. Grand Larceny wins from in second place Guanso, number 12, Guanso at 100 to 1. 100 to 1. For the course of Clark and Young had a fair day. And a photo for third. It'll be Mantua just ahead of Appointed by a no.
5, 12,
behind those horses.
16.
Completed placings are 5, 12, 9 and 15.
5, 12, 9.
12, 9 and 15.
5, 12, 9 and 15.
3/4 in 57, 89.
So what happened basically is, this is something that needs to be, I mean, this was a smart odd. Why? Because this one cannot win. This is anyway the second odds pool. This one cannot win. Technically, this is the second odds pool. So that will win. And the 12. Oh man. 59-30 in good hands. Nobody actually thought of 12. 5, 12, 9 and 15. 5, 12. This was the second linear actually. 5. That's how it played. 5, 12, 9 and 15. This is the second linear. All the linears went in. All the linears. 5, 12. This cannot win. This doesn't need the rail. This can win on its own. It doesn't need the rail. 9, 12. That is it, ladies and gentlemen. That is it. Let's watch Eagle Farm, okay? Let's watch Eagle
She
Farm.
drawn nicely. A little bit of a claim for Emily, but she's hard to run down here.
She looks great.
13 Eagle Farm.
Okay, let's move on to Cherokee, Jim Mason, Ange Jones.
Good to see a little bit of a market move, a filly by So You Think, and she's been good in 3 runs back for a spell. In particular, latest when 3 lengths off Good Luck to Me last start. Has since trialled quite well at the Sunshine Coast, so she's got a hope.
Rock Hard Love is at $12. Gary Doherty and Boris Thornton.
Yeah, one to keep an eye on here. Blinkers have been removed, just the one run since coming up here to Gary's Coast Stables, and was okay, was running on well, so definitely watching.
Materialist is from the Billy Healy stable. Damien Thornton.
Was okay, first up running second at Ipswich behind Vindanza.
And Grey Impact, Lindsay Goff, Talia Fenlon.
Yep, last start she finished down the track behind T's and C's Apply.
Half base profit on 30.
Probably a little bit more better suited today on a
I'm with you.
firmer
Easy.
surface.
Shadow Cruiser rounds them out. Sean Dwyer and Robbie Dolan.
He does have some ability, this fellow. He's first up though, 1400 today.
Rightio, let's have a look at these horses behind the barriers. Acapulco Girl is your $3.20 favourite, but she did drift from $2.70, hit as much as $3.30, now back into $3.20. Maxi, good money for Cherokee, 6 into 5.
Yeah, happy with that. So a little bit of confidence about her chances. 14 is on top.
It's the same situation. I'll explain once this is over.
Badly hampered. I think she can graduate straight away to a Class 1 with a few positives today. Carpaccio, number 2, likely back to 1400, and Sunny Disposition, number 12. If she can repeat that maiden win last time. 14, 13, 212.
Yeah, I look at 13 here, which is the favourite. I just thought there was a lot of merit in her maiden victory. I can see that it's difficult, but I feel like she's been brought along really nice in just the one start on day at her first preparation. Fell back. And although it was only a narrow victory, wasn't she, last up? Certainly not much went her way. She should get a good ride with 54, great barrier. Yeah, there's a lot to like about her. And 1400 looks as though it's going to be a really nice trip for her. Be interesting to talk to David should she win and just see what he has got picked out for her. But she's got to win first, obviously. I too like Cherokee, Maxie, just as you do. Put the 6 in, Nescafia and Carpaccio. I think probably nice for him. But
What is the distance of this one? This is like
good fitness for his race as well.
So we're just waiting for them to move into the gates. We moved to the coast on Saturday.
1400 meter.
Aquas Park, Gold Coast.
34 all in a large walls. Orange.
Buckaroo is the favourite.
And I believe that we got money for him on tab earlier today. He might have gone up $3.80 into $3.30. So they're back. He comes out of the Queen Elizabeth. What's Antino doing at the moment on tap?
Well, at the moment, he looks like he's a 650 chance. He did have a nice horse proper gallop. I'm not sure what horse he worked with.
David, who usually rides him, Back note of road and just off that other horse. He seemed to work nicely.
Yeah. Okay, we'll have more to come on that, of course, tomorrow on the playbook. Here's David.
Great impact on the inside left. Well, Acapulco Girl was smartly away. There's Caffia strolling forward soon after the start. Explosive Tycoon settles down about fourth position. Then Materialist, followed by Rock Hard Love. Torpedo then deep. Cherokee to the inside, followed by Carpaccio. Then Trevinson, Hamilton Brown, Sunny Disposition, and Shadow Cruiser. 3 away last. It's a leisurely tempo down by the 1,000 metres, and Grey Impact makes play in front. He's at the head of affairs. Leads Acapulco Girl in second. I think most bet makers had her in that spot. There she is, sitting pretty outside the lead. There's Caffey in third, Explosive Tycoon in four. Followed Torpedo and Materialist. Then came Rock Hard Love. 3 wide Trevinson, the second favourite Cherokee in the second half of the field on the rail. Being kept company by Carpaccio. They give the leaders about 6 lengths as they approach the turn. Sunny Disposition trying to go forward. Hamilton Brown, second last, and trailing Shadow Cruiser. Hobart down in the last, 400 left to run. Grey Impact led.
Run, baby.
Shaking them on the outside to come after Grey Impact. Explosive Tycoon joining the pair. Descaffia switch back to the inside. Rock Hard Love running on. Torpedo was wider. Acapulco Girl is shifting her ground, but she is the leader. Explosive Tycoon had to switch course, and Rock Hard Love puts it strongly right down the outside. Rock Hard Love on the outside got the upper hand and beat Acapulco Girl. Sunny Disposition out.
5:13.
Side by Hamilton Brown running on strongly. Carpaccio, Descaffia,
So
Tycoon and Trevinson. They weren't far away with the judge called a hold.
5 and 13. So PC, the thing is,
Never got into it at Shadow Cruiser.
tried no PC. The thing is this that
All right, David. Rock Hard Love by Morris.
Warwick.
Going down.
Sorry.
Won the last, running down
Eagle Farm.
Girl.
That was the last one. All right.
Strongly wide out. Sunny Disposition.
13. Emily Lang
Patchio might get that force
with a claim. So if you remember, this was Randwick on 26th,
Hard Love.
and we were playing. I went with this one. All right, this was the linear.
Stables are
I went with the. This was written by Emily Lang. It is the same situation. Emily Lang was on.
Blink is off today. Boris Thornton sticks, and he gets the
Like that. Emily Lang was like that.
for a long time.
I went with this one. I don't know if you remember. This was on 26th of
7 days ago at Gosford, so
last month
found his niche up here.
at Randwick.
We're seeing a few of these horses shifting away.
So
over the final
it'll not work.
girl.
The moment your favorite is given that kind, I mean, there is definitely. I mean, I'm talking just. Yes, she is, but it depends on the number. It depends on the number. Like in this one, she came in second. In this one, she came in second, but here. The one that I'm talking about at Randwick, she came in 5th or 6th. So the thing is, it depends on the value. You see, the value of here it is at 40. So I don't know what is the mathematics today. She got the second position today, but that's what it is. All right, that is it, ladies and gentlemen. I'm going to be racing back on Friday. So if you have a little time, please come and join me. We will race together and do a little chit chat and try to have some fun. And thank you so much for being there, PC. Thank you so much, my friend, for being there and all the support. Azhar, thank you so much for being there, my friend. Araman, thank you for tuning in. Lee, thank you so much for being there, my friend. Tuna, thank you so much, Tuna, for being there. Dows, thank you so much, Dows. I did not even realize when you tuned in. Thank you so much for being there, Dows. Thank you, gentlemen. Have a great day.